because he believes everybody needs fresh water, good water, clean water. And you know what? No one does it better for the price. No one. And I'm talking quality too. 303-862-5554. Welcome. Now, let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is call me at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, and we'll get you right on. We have open lines this morning. You know how it is here. It's either feast or famine, and we get loaded up, so please call. If you have a question, problem, or complaint, we're proud to say it's the only place in the world you can call and get an answer to your problems. We have some guests today. We're going to be talking about roofing and exteriors with K&H Home Solutions, the oldest home improvement company in Colorado that I've been representing for 40 years, literally. I met him when I got out here. Henry was the original owner. Henry sold to Ted. Ted is now retired, and Lee has taken over, Lee Diamond and his son, and we are so happy that we continue our relationship. You know, it's an amazing company that survived this long. Then we have Jordan, and Jordan is with Security Central, and Jordan is here to help us talk about home security. Jordan Jackson, I've known you for 30 years? Absolutely, because now you're a grandfather, and you look it. I'm just kidding. So listen, man, home security. You turn the mic on when we talk here, and then you can turn it off when you're done. Yeah. When it comes to home security, any special challenges? I don't think COVID did anything special. The pandemic to your business, did it?
It made it more challenging for sure.
Like, you mean going into people's homes?
So everything from the people side of, yes, you know, people either not wanting us in their homes, the supply chain issues were a real problem, trying to get equipment, keeping our staff healthy and safe as they were going around to different places and everything. Definitely a challenge, but we got through it and we're able to keep taking care of our clients.
Okay, so what we have is home security, which you've been around forever, but I'm just going to say things. I'm not going to ask you to say it. We get complaints all the time about the national companies. I say the national companies. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about ADT and the rest of them. We get complaint after complaint after complaint after complaint, and the complaints are pretty simple. And the complaints are this. Either the equipment's not working, I can't call anybody, all they cared about was selling it, or the equipment's not working, never did work, or I'm not being monitored, they told me I'm being monitored, or I'm paying too much for monitoring. Listen, I am just saying this. These are the complaints I've gotten looking at my database. This is not made up. This is real. And one of the biggest problems are when people aren't sure if they own the system or not. They come to your door, you get a system, you think you own it, you find out you don't own it, you find out you can't take it, and here's another thing. If you want to switch to another monitoring company, you can't even do that because they won't give you access to it. Now, what is that? That's what I want to cover first, access to a security system. What does that mean? Does that box have a code that only certain people can work it?
Yeah, so there's two parts to that question. So some companies use proprietary equipment that can only communicate with them. So whether you had a code...
Okay, I wouldn't want that. Do you have proprietary only?
We do not.
Okay, what are proprietary companies? I don't want that equipment because I want to be able to change if I have to.
Correct. So Comcast, for instance.
I had Infinity at home, and that was proprietary.
What else? Is ADT proprietary or all those?
So ADT uses a version of a non-proprietary system, but they make it proprietary to them.
Because of a code?
Because it's made by Honeywell, but for ADT specifically.
So you couldn't take that over if I had that equipment?
That's correct. Typically the case. There's sometimes we can do some workarounds, changing a chip on the board to try to make it not proprietary anymore, but in general
how do you make sure your system is never locked out?
So the company that you choose to work with, first you want to make sure it's not proprietary equipment.
Okay, good.
And then secondly, make sure that if you get angry with them and need to fire them and hire a different company instead, that yes, you will have access to the programming, that they will return the programming to the factory default code so that you or somebody else can get into that system.
Can you just get the code and keep it?
You can. Typically, what we do, for instance, and I think this is common with many other companies, is we have our code in the system that prevents anybody else from getting into it and changing from a liability standpoint. We don't want someone going in and changing what we're servicing, supporting, and monitoring.
So what did you put something in the contract? Non-proprietary equipment. I made a note.
Yep.
The next note is know the code or demand the code or what? I mean, can you have the code in an envelope that's sealed? I mean, I don't want to be left out in the dark. So what do you do about the code?
Yeah, agreed. So it would be great to get that in writing from them that, hey, if I cancel service, I will, get the what's called the installer code or the programming code defaulted back to the factory code.
Okay.
And that would be the best thing.
So if when you leave, you agree to put it back to the factory.
Correct.
Okay. I'm writing this down because these are good things. People don't know anything about this.
Yep.
Also, how do you know if is it better to lease or own equipment?
Yeah, in our opinion, in the vast majority of cases, better to own the equipment.
I think so, too.
Especially in a residential situation.
And wireless or wired?
I am a traditional hardwired guy. I prefer things that are
but
wired.
Then again, you can't just do that if you have a house that's been there a while, right?
Exactly. So the world has moved to wireless, and in the vast majority of cases, the wireless technology is way better than it used to be. So I've kind of given up that battle in most cases and say, yes, the new wireless stuff is great.
Now, I'm going to take calls. Okay, hold your question. Priority is on calls. Let's take Carolyn. And then get your roofing and exterior questions ready because this, we've just had some hailstorms. There are going to be people knocking on doors, lying to you. Hey, Carolyn, I'm sorry. Carolyn, what's going on?
Hey, not a whole lot. So it's the We Do It All Crystals Transport. I figured I'd give you guys kind of a follow-up.
Oh, okay. Let me get your call up here. And you had called about, when did you call? I'm trying to find the call here.
It was April 13th, I think.
Okay, let me get that. And so tell me what is going on.
So we we met with Alfonso in person on April, April 18th. We signed a contract.
Right, and the name what was the name of the company again?
It was We Do It All Construction, a.k.a. Crystals Transport.
I remember that. I remember it, yep. And what happened?
Well, he was to complete and get the houses moved.
And I had it marked as pending. It was $15,000 you wired to him, right?
Yeah,
and
a little over, yeah.
Right, $15,000 in November, and then the contract was to move a double-wide mobile home from Weld County to Southwest Colorado, and then the guy said, "Oh, we're gonna come through on this." What did they ever come through?
Yesterday was supposed to be their completion date, and no, they did not.
Have they done anything at all?
No, not even any contact. Not after he signed that in person with my husband, and after that, nothing.
So, you've paid $15,000 for nothing.
Correct.
Wow. Well, you know what?
So
we gave them plenty of warning here. They're scumbags. I'm convinced they're absolute scumbags, in my opinion. I want to know their phone number. I think people should let them know that they heard about them on the air. Now the Sleaze Brigade, I was going to put them on there. I think I was getting them. I was giving them some
time,
like information. I was going to give them time, and let me just see if I can get that up here. And anyway, for some reason it's not coming up. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Roofing. No, I don't have them up yet. Oh, Alphonse. No, that's not him. No, we'll get him up on the. No, I do have him up. Alfonso Redarte, right?
Yes, and I have mugshots. I just sent him.
No, I got him. He's on the Sleaze Brigade front page. SLEAZE. SleazeBrigade.com. That is the antithesis of referralist. That is the worst of the worst. He's a scumbag. He's a thief. He's a liar. And we should put out his phone number for sure if I haven't already done that on Sleaze Brigade because I want people to call. Yeah. So Alfonso, his phone number is 505-592-3833. 505-592-3833. And then Crystal, for Crystal Transport, his wife, 307 575-4818.
Oh, it's 88. Oh, it's 8779.
What? Where did I get this phone number? Okay, is this it?
Oh.
So then you have a new phone number. I got to edit this.
Okay.
Give that to. Let me put it down. We're going to put it up here. Okay, what's your phone number?
It's good. 307-575-8779.
8779. Okay. All right. Now listen. You need to go to the authorities about this. This guy, he's breaking. I mean, it's the Contractors Trust Act. He took money. He stole money from you. I would go to the district attorney and don't even get into the contract. He stole money. He took money under false pretenses. And because you wired the money, you can also go to the FBI, although I don't think the FBI does much anymore.
No.
I guess they would if you told them it was about Trump. But maybe you can say that Alfonso's related to Trump. But anyway, if you'd like, no, the DA. What DA is this? Did you just sign your contract and where you wired the money to him? Where?
What do you mean where?
Where is he?
Oh, to Cortez, Colorado.
Cortez, Colorado. Okay,
Yes.
so what county is that? Is that?
That would be Montezuma.
Montezuma. Okay. Now, I would call the Montezuma DA. I imagine they don't have much crime they're working on. And seriously now, I'm not kidding, file a formal complaint.
Formal complaint. Got it.
And then let us know. Oh, I guess that's Siri's talking to me. I don't know why. But anyway, okay, so get that done and then call us back. I want to know what the DA says, and we're going to follow this along. 303-713-8255. This is bad news, folks. You got to be really careful when dealing with people. By the way, it's air conditioning season. You may not think about it looking outside. But anyway, all the major brands covered by 888heating.com. And guess what? They guarantee the lowest price for the same equipment. 303-770-2776. That's 888heating.com.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. Choose from thousands of shade trees, evergreen trees, fruit trees, and more. And the Tree Farm has thousands of white, pink, or red flowering trees, including spring snow fruitless crabapple and a lot more. And you always get free professional loading. The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, O'Brien Legal Services, that is a real estate firm. Well, no, it's a legal firm that specializes in real estate. So if you have a real estate problem, question, or complaint, you need to call them, O'Brien Legal Services. Here's the good part. That's all they do. So they can help you with border disputes, eminent domain, easements. They can help you with closing documents, leases, commercial, residential, financing agreements, whatever you need help with, they can help you. O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. All right, who's my favorite person ever? Well, you know, it's not cool to say that in front of other sponsors, but I'm just going to tell you. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He's a great guy. You're going to think you're his only customer. Now, that doesn't mean I don't like my other sponsors. I love them all. But Frank Duran, I'm telling you, when you meet him, you're going to think, where are the angels? You see the halo. The guy is just great. And he's going to do a free market valuation of your home for the asking, and that is no obligation, fully taken into consideration comparables, the neighborhood, interest rates, supply and demand, everything to do with real estate, and what you will get with your sale. Free analysis, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous?
So, let me get back here. Michael, were you ever a roofer? I'm just curious. No? Okay. Guys, just so I don't blindside you, I preach all the time. Now, I'm just saying this to be totally transparent. I preach all the time. Never, ever sign a contract at the door when they knock at your door. Solicit. It's okay if you end up using that roofer, but don't do it because they're at your door. Don't ever just sign. Also, demand a full and complete written estimate of everything they're going to do. Not the words, whatever your insurance company approves. That's the worst word in the world, because then they make a deal with the adjuster and get the job. They don't give a shit about what you need. So I tell people never to do that. I'm just telling you this. I tell people never pay money up front for signing the contract. You start when materials are delivered or work begins. The reason I say that, and then you pay as you go. Now, some roofers don't take a dime until the end, but I don't think that's necessary either. But the reason I say this is the roofing industry is the sleaziest industry in the frickin' world. Okay, you know. So just so you know that's what I've been telling people for years. So you do give complete estimates, right? I know that Ted. Okay.
Yeah, we agree with all that, and Ted, I was with Ted.
Okay, then you know that. Okay, then I don't even have to talk about it, because Ted has been doing that for years.
Like the ACV, which is what insurance gives you up front, but when people are listening to you, typically they won't give us a down payment until materials are delivered.
Okay.
So, yeah.
See, while I can make an exception, because I truly trust people I deal with all the time. I mean, it's like, but if I say don't ever give money down, but you can do it with this company or that company. I got burned once on a sponsor. He was a great sponsor, and he took money down, and that son of a bitch took money right up to the day he went bankrupt. And you know that night, because he was cashing a check at night or through an ACH, and then a day or two later he goes bankrupt, and I thought, okay, you know.
Is the contractor's trust that?
And I talk about when you guys do custom jobs, you got to take money for when you measure windows and order them and all that.
The Contractors Trust Act, is that jail time or just civil
No,
fine?
it's civil, but it can turn criminal with multiple victims, and when it's egregious, it turns criminal.
Okay.
We've had people go to jail for it.
Roofs
But
are
they
a quick
still have an
turnaround.
A+ rating.
Roofs are a quick turnaround time, so those materials can be delivered pretty darn quick. Whereas when we're doing windows, it's a 3-month process.
No, I know.
And they need to be ordered custom. So
I know.
That's a little bit different.
.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALKS, 713-8255. Bennett's on the phone. Bennett, what's going on, sir?
Hey, man, I need your advice. We had a big hailstorm yesterday, and I've already called Excel, and they're going to come out and check on my roof.
Excellent company, you know that, right?
Right, I do know that from your show. And my question to you is, do I also call Paragon to have them check or no?
Well, it depends on how bad the damage is, really, okay? Excel Roofing knows a lot about the roof damage, and they're going to give you an honest assessment, but they don't always look for everything. If you have additional damage, or if it's near windows and doors, you may want to call a public adjuster. But here's the good thing about Matt at Paragon Services. I believe in public adjusters. First of all, contractors are not licensed to deal with your insurance company. All they can do is submit what they say you need. And then they can fight with an adjuster maybe on some flashing or this or that, or we need to replace this. The adjuster says, no, we don't. But they really are not equipped to go to court and to fight that way. So let me just say this first. Call a public adjuster won't hurt you if you call an honest one, because Matt would say, oh, you don't need me. So there's nothing wrong with calling him. But if it's just roof damage, you probably don't need them if you call a great roofer like Excel. We also have K&H Home Solutions in the house today. They do roofing. And obviously, K&H has been around a long time. I wanted to ask them a question real quick here. I want to ask Michael, who's with their roofing. Michael, on the and just make sure the switch is on when you show up. But on the roofing, if you see additional damage, you guys do siding, you guys do windows and doors. But do you ever recommend public adjusters for people if they have to fight with their insurance company, or do they usually? What do you usually do when there's additional damage?
Well, I mean, the first thing you want to do is have a reputable company out there to assess the damage. And then you want to open up the claim. And if the insurance company is not covering what they're supposed to be covering, that's maybe when you would involve Matt or legal services.
Right.
Most of the time, those insurance companies, if you have a reputable company out there with the adjuster, they're going to cover what is needed. But important to have the company out there that you're trusting assessing the damage first and then meeting the adjuster out there so that they can make sure to see all the damage on the windows, the siding, the gutters, etc.
Now, Bennett, one thing I want to mention. This is really serious, okay? I hope you didn't call your insurance company first.
Oh, no, absolutely, Tom. That's why I'm calling you.
Do you know why I say that?
Because they say it's a claim, whether I use it or not.
That's right. Every inquiry to an insurance company counts against you. Every inquiry. If you called and said, hey, I think I may have hail damage, and you don't, they count it against you. It goes against your clue report. And it sucks, and it's not good. Not good at all.
Well,
and
Tom, also, the houses next to me, their screens got blasted, and I'm sure mine did too.
Right. And when you have a roofer come out, like Excel, they're going to write and tell you exactly what you need. And the reason they're going to tell you what you need is because that's how they do it. That's how K&H does it. That's how good roofers do it. Don't ever go with a roofer ever that says whatever insurance company will cover. In other words, don't use no open wording whatsoever. You want to know how much material, what they're going to do, what the labor involves. You want to know the full scope of work. And then you also want to know if there's any penalty for withdrawing. And by the way, I'm not 100% against penalties. I'm against penalties when they lie to you at the door and say they're there to look at your roof. You have to give them authorization. When you sign, you're signing a contract. And then there's a 20% cancellation when you decide, wait a minute, I didn't want to hire you. I just wanted you to look at my roof. And so remember that. There's all kinds of trickery they use. But if you use these rules, what you do is you ask for a full and complete contract up front, estimate up front, detailing everything, okay? And don't sign it until you see it and you like it. And there's nothing wrong with getting more than one. The next thing you want to do is then call your insurance company. And if any one of those things are left out, your roofer will have to explain to the adjuster why you need it. The reason I don't like those contracts that say we'll do everything insurance covers or everything insurance approves or whatever, or open contracts, is because they make deals with the adjusters because they want the job. They don't care about you. They want the job. So if they want the job and the roofer and the adjuster won't replace this, that, or that, or won't do full flashing or won't do this or won't only do part of the roof, without telling you, they're going to say to the adjuster, cool, let's do it. And then they come to an agreement. You never know what you needed and did not get. So make roofers put up front what they're giving you. And then I will never give them money just for signing my name. If they want to start the work, if materials are delivered, even if I can verify the materials are ordered from my address, I don't mind paying up front. Now, some roofers won't take a cent, like that's Excel. They always advertise that. They won't take a cent till you're content. And obviously, that's 1,000% safe because you don't have a dime into it. But I've always said this in the past. I don't think it's immoral, illegal, or unethical to take money up front for a job if the job is begun, materials are delivered or measured. For example, K&H also does custom windows. Well, they go around and measure to 1/8 of an inch. They're not going to use those windows anywhere else. So if you can verify, they put in the order, there's nothing wrong with paying toward those windows. You've got to use reason. You have to use reason when you deal with companies. Another thing you have to look at is heritage. Okay? You don't just throw money at people. You look at heritage. You investigate them. My God, there are people that just they don't even know their last name. They don't know anything. And all of a sudden, they're giving them their insurance check at the door. So you got heritage with Excel Roofing. You got heritage with K&H. If they come to do windows, you're 99.9% sure you're going to get your windows, right? Unless somebody dies and the warehouse explodes. I mean, it's that kind of thing. So be careful with who you're dealing with, but you're doing the right thing, Bennett. You're calling somebody to give you a full assessment of what you need, and that's the way it should be. We have more coming up. If you have any roofing questions, also, Henry Brett's called in. He wants to talk about something because he was we were giving tips the other day on our show Monday. 303-713-TALK. We also have Security Central with us. 303-713-8255.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some major drama just north of the Denver area. I-25 north and southbound are affected by a crash at Erie and Summit Boulevard. Looks like left lane blockage, both north and southbound roads, with about 10 to 15 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading into and out of the Denver metro for the 10 o'clock hour. South into downtown, I-25 southbound looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Colfax. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rain all day with a high of 55 degrees, overnight low of 45. Tomorrow, scattered showers a bit warmer with a high of 63. The current temperature is 48 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Harris Family Law I've known for many, many years for everything to do with family law. And one of the things we love doing is we love talking to them about various aspects of family law to educate you. Rich Harris is on the phone now. He's the lead attorney. Rich and Lisa Harris started this firm many years ago. Rich, I always hear this bantered about alimony. First of all, it's called maintenance now, I think. But the other thing I hear is, oh, you were married this many years, therefore you get this many years of maintenance. Or you didn't have a job, so you get this much. Or you don't qualify for maintenance. Or, oh, you're going to take him to the bank or take her to the bank. Can you clear this up for us, Rich?
You bet, Tom, and thanks for having us on again. Maintenance, which indeed is the same as alimony in the state of Colorado, is not the kind of thing that you can make those statements about. Judges have a tremendous amount of discretion. The facts about the relationship, the incomes, age, and health of the parties, there are a whole myriad of factors that are relevant. What we tell people, Tom, is if you've got a maintenance question, please try your best to settle it out of court. Don't roll the dice with the judge.
And so is it true if you're married 10 years, it's 5 years maintenance? If you're married 20, it's 10 years. Is it a 50% rule?
It's not, Tom, but there is a formula that in certain situations, for a long-term marriage in particular, 12 and a half years or more, it is typically half the length of the marriage, but there are exceptions.
Now, obviously, if you need more information, I always urge you to go to harrisfamilylaw.com and look for their webinar series. They have so many things to look for, so many different topics. It's harrisfamilylaw.com / and that's / webinars, and you can find a host of different topics. harrisfamilylaw.com / webinars. 303-515-5000. All right, let's talk about this weather. A lot of people are going to have flooding. Some people have worse. Sometimes they have in the winter broken pipes. Some people have fires and floods, and for all different reasons they have sewer backups. Whatever the property catastrophe, you need a specialist. Now, here's the problem. A lot of carpet cleaners put up a shingle saying we're a restoration company. They're not. A lot of contractors say they're a restoration company. They're not. Not unless they know the EPA guidelines and certifications and have the proper training to mitigate dangerous substances like mold and asbestos, or to tackle what can happen to your home. So a good mitigator like American Restoration 24/7, they're few and far between. In fact, never let your insurance company pick it for you. They'll pick the cheapest and probably the worst because they just want to pay and get out of there, and they won't pay again. You're left with a mess. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AM-REST. That's AM-REST, 8337-AM-REST, online, amrest247.com.
Keep our...
I'm always off just a tiny tick when I'm here. Because I got to press
I just moved into a new house. That's why I asked.
Oh,
So I'll give you a call
Yeah.
about getting the security system set up.
Happy to have somebody come out and take a look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
85% home, man, now. So, though I don't go back and forth. The reason I'm here is because you were coming and him, and I can't accommodate two that well. Well, your size I could, but, if they come like Deputy Doc or bigger, I can't. I'd forgotten how big you were or small. No. Actually, I could take probably two, but I knew you might have your son with you and other. I wasn't sure because it was last minute. So I figured it's safer to come here. And Jordan does my security, and I wanted to show him the panel. I'm getting these signs again just across.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's just offline. I meant to call, but because I'm in a gated community, and because it's really we hardly have anything go wrong there. Yeah. Open garages, everything. I mean, so it's really strict, and they're always patrolling. But I still want it.
Yeah.
I mainly want it to keep my kids out when I'm not there.
That's most important, right?
I will create a note to have
I need
follow
to
up
call.
with you on that.
You know what? He helped me one time. I forget how he did it. He helped me solve it on the phone. Okay. So why does it go offline sometimes? Maybe power interruptions or something?
Yeah, that's a good question. If it's related to Wi-Fi or I'll have to see how you're set up.
When it works great. I don't. I think I have my code written down. I'm not one of these people that do.
So you have a friends and family rate for the first 2 years?
Exactly.
Okay.
We'll take good care of you.
All right.
6 zeros.
Yeah. Do you need a security system? They're
Yeah,
really,
I told
they're really
you.
the best. Here's why.
I'm going to talk
They're
to them.
totally you own the equipment. They serve. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Keaton has a question on purchasing a car, and if you have any calls, you get first priority. And then, of course, if you have roofing questions, call us as well, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or home security questions. Home security, right now, with the way crime is, what are you kidding me? We have so many questions on home security. I thought I would have Jordan in from Security Central because people get ripped off every day with door knockers. Hey, same with roofing, door knockers. You getting the idea? Door knockers don't necessarily do you well. Here's the thing I want to say about door knockers. Not everyone who comes to your door is a thief, okay? But here's how I explain it to people. If I took a pool of rip-offs, so let's say 100 people that were ripped off, I would say 80% of those are a result of being solicited, meaning the transaction went from the provider to the consumer. In other words, it was initiated by the provider, and that includes knocking at the door. Of that 80%, about half of those were at the door. The others were on the phone or by email or social media. When solicitors contact you, that's 80% of all ripoffs. 20% of the ripoffs are when consumers initiate the transaction. So using those stats, it's simple to see that if you initiate the transaction, you have less of a chance of being ripped off to begin with. That doesn't mean you're home free, but at least you know that you're taking the action. You're being the one proactive. I say don't ever let anyone ever initiate a transaction with you. It's okay if they bring up the topic. They knocked at your door and said, hey, we notice your driveway's chipping. We can fix that. You say, thank you. Give me your card. I'll have some estimates, and maybe I'll call you. Don't do it based on the door. Keaton, what's going on with your vehicle? What do you want to buy?
Hi, Tom. So we're looking at a Kia, the Telluride.
A Kia Telluride. Okay.
Yes, sir. And this would be the first brand new vehicle we've ever bought.
Oh.
And so I think we're just a little concerned.
Keaton, let me tell you what you're going to run into, please. I'm going to tell you the number one problem with buying new cars. You want to know what it is? It's called F&I. That stands for financing and insurance. I don't
Okay.
care who you are. And I'm going to tell you something. I know somebody very, very smart, who I went to the dealer and looked at the contract. And I said, you don't need this, or this. That stuff amounted to about, I don't know, 12 grand. And I said, you don't need it. Not one thing do you need. Not one. First of all, you have a warranty. You don't need an extended warranty. Not now. You can always get one later. They say, oh, no, you can't. Yes, you can. Right when your factory warranty is running out, you're going to get 1,000 offers for extended warranties. They're going to say, well, it's going to be way more expensive. No, it won't. I'll tell you why. Because if you have a 3-year warranty and you buy a 5-year warranty extended, you're buying 2 years. You're not buying 5. So it's not more expensive. Extended warranties suck at the time of sale. Never buy one. The only thing I would consider is prepaid maintenance if, in fact, the prepaid maintenance does not tie me to one dealer, but I can go to any brand name dealer. If it's Jeep, if it's Mercedes, and if the numbers add up. For example, if A service costs this much, and B service costs this much, and C service costs that much, and all 3 of them together you can buy half price, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the only thing. But I'm going to tell you something, Keaton. That person that I went in and had them write up a new contract, when they came to me a few days later after getting their car, I said, so, you made a great deal, right? No. In fact, not only did they add the 12 back in, they added 8 more on top of it. The man walked out with a pack deal for $20,000 above the vehicle. $20,000. And I don't care how smart people are, when they get you in there, it's almost hypnotic. And I'm going to tell you, the same thing's going to happen to you, Keaton. Even though you're listening to me, the day after you buy the vehicle, you won't call me back because you're going to be embarrassed on what you bought. Keaton, you're going to do it. Yeah. So if you could simply buy a car and keep it at invoice, keep it at sticker. Nowadays, sticker's not bad. Sticker or less. If you can buy a car, sticker or less, and not add one thing to it, you're going to make a pretty good deal. The next thing you want to look for is any kind of trade, okay? People get tricked by what they tell you they're giving you for your trade. I don't care what they give me for my trade. In fact, I don't even care when I have a trade what I'm paying for the vehicle. I don't care if I'm paying $100,000 for a Chevy Volt. I don't care if they give me $90,000 for my trade, because that's how they trick you. Oh, that guy's only giving you $1,000 for your trade. We're going to give you $5,000. But the only number that matters is the difference. That's all you want to know, the difference.
Okay.
So, do you have a trade?
Our last one, the motor blew up on it, so we actually and the mechanic wants $11,000 to put a new motor in it. So we're kind of sitting on nothing as far as trade.
That's
we
good.
We
should make a straight deal.
Some cash in hand for to put a down payment down.
There's another thing. There's nothing wrong with letting a dealer finance you. A dealer can finance you if they have incentives, because you can say this. Well, if I go with my financing with you guys, you're clearly a point higher, or I went shopping on my own, I can do better. But if I go with you, what incentive is there? They might take money off the deal. Many dealers take money off the deal. And here's what's great about that. You can turn around and refinance it 3 days later. So I'm saying if the incentives are good enough, there's nothing wrong with letting a dealer finance you. And sometimes the dealer finance is good enough to keep. So there's nothing wrong with that part. But don't buy any extras ever, 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 ever. I mean, not one thing extra. Nothing at all. Nothing.
Okay.
Like somebody tried to push off. When I debated the guy, I went back, by the way, and got that 20 removed. I went back and got it removed. And I said to him, you give me one compelling reason for any one of these things and we're going to keep it. And he said, wait a minute, windshields. He gets windshields, unlimited. I said, no, the aggregate total is $5,000. He gets $5,000 worth of $5,000 worth of windshields. And I said, but here's the next thing. It's only for the life of the financing, and on top of that, it's not OEM, and on top of that, he will run out of that with 3 windshields, and the cost for it is $3,000. You can go to Compass Insurance right now. I did it for him. $9 a month gets you full windshield coverage with a $50 deductible. So what I'm saying is, no matter what they sell you, you can do better on your own. So let me know what you find.
Okay. One more question for you, just real quick.
Go ahead.
So since we've been kind of looking at cars, this hailstorm just went through, and so a lot of cars are becoming available.
Don't ever buy a hailstorm car. That's a whole different topic. If you want to hold on and listen, you don't have to you don't have to stay on the line. Hail damaged cars are the worst deals you can make in history. The worst. The worst. And I'll tell you why coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some major drama just north of the Denver area. I-25 north and southbound are affected by a crash at Erie and Summit Boulevard. Looks like left lane blockage, both north and southbound roads, with about 10 to 15 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading into and out of the Denver metro for the 10 o'clock hour. South into downtown, I-25 southbound looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Colfax. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rain all day with a high of 55 degrees, overnight low of 45. Tomorrow, scattered showers, a bit warmer with a high of 63. The current temperature is 48 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Let's talk about addiction. You know, I had a discussion on the show yesterday. Somebody was saying they were on pain pills for 18 years but not addicted. Anyway, I don't want to get into what addiction is. I don't want to make fun of it. It's a serious problem. And I found a place, the Raleigh House. I've known Eric Lapp for many, many years when he started this years ago. And they have a multi-pronged approach to addiction, including medication-assisted treatments. They also have various settings, including a rural setting. They also have, psychologists on board. They have animal-assisted therapy, art therapy, yoga, meditation, nutrition. And as I said, medication. Go to people who are caring. They even have intervention services. Here's the great news. You can call and ask any question you want about addiction, whether it's for you or someone else. 720-891-4657. 720-891-4657. It's like Raleigh, North Carolina, the way it's spelled, but it's theRaleighHouse.com, and they're local here in Denver. If you need some spare cash, I want you to consider David Ellis Jewelry for that old, ugly jewelry. Now, what I mean by that is they will sell... buy your jewelry. Yeah, you can buy there too, 3rd and Clayton. It's a name we've trusted for 40 years. Don't ever go to social media and try to meet someone in a parking lot or anything like that when it comes to selling jewelry. You can be mugged or worse. And here's the other thing. You can sell used jewelry, vintage jewelry, or junk jewelry. Whatever it is, he'll pay you a fair price. For the junk, he'll weigh it and pay it for the precious metals. DavidEllisJewelry.com. 3rd and Clayton and Cherry Creek, 303-322-8779. Auto repairs are something that we all have done. Do you know that when you have a warranty, you're not obligated to go to a dealer for your regular service? If it's covered by the warranty, that's different. But if you just have regular service, you can go to Sheridan Auto Tech, not just for warranty service, but you can go there for anything, including electrical issues. I've known Kevin for years and years, and he has treated people like family. You will love him. We affectionately call him Uncle Kevin. SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax, just west of Wadsworth. Worth the drive no matter where you are. 303-455-7242. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. See what's on sale at the Tree.
Guys, I got to get you headsets. Is there any way to get more headsets or anything? These guys have no headsets.
What was it? So you got our windows replaced at our apartment?
So I had one of our sponsors, Made in the Shade, come out, and they gave me a little bit of a discount. I've been touting them for the past 2 months, giving them free advertisement, telling them how good it was. And people listen to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want me to have somebody call you?
Yeah.
What's your number?
303.
By the way,
877-5213. And it's Ken Manfrey.
How do you spell the last name?
Manfre. I'm just putting parentheses doc so they know. That's my on-air. So he has, all these deputies with fancy names. Like we have Deputy Dollar and Smarty Marty, and I'm Deputy Doc. So.
All right, perfect.
Let me see if this works for me.
All right, guys, I
I'm
brought
so
the
sorry.
studio.
Oh, it's you. Thank you.
I don't have splitters though,
Oh, I have a splitter. Hold on.
but it's only going to be 2.
I have a splitter somewhere. I just had it. Just saw it.
Well, that one's yours, yeah.
Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
And I have another splitter. Do you need another?
Not yet.
Splitter in there.
No.
I have a big one too. There's a big
That
one.
goes in there.
There's a big one, so you can whatever you need. Those might work.
No. This isn't. No, this. I need a.
Here, so look. That goes in there.
Yeah. And then those. That's good. No, but this one. Yeah. This one doesn't help. This is like.
That's for like
that's a mini.
Yeah,
This
which
is a
both
mini.
of these are minis. Both of them are.
But this is a headset. So.
Yeah. But what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
try
is
that.
these are minis too. See.
Don't tell anybody I robbed.
Yeah, that's good. I can hear. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just
I
don't
live
tell
in,
anybody I
it's by
robbed Freedom.
Mississippi and Valencia. So it's 80247.
And what's the actual address?
We
That's
just
888
prepared for this.
South Valencia, Valentia Street. And it's Unit 21-106. And that's 80247.
He was scouting there.
Make sure you talk right into that mic when you talk, not side mic'd.
Okay.
Okay, good. It's got to be right into it. Not that this will not pick up.
The other thing that's important for people to know, Tom, is just knowing what coverage they have. A lot of people don't know that certain things aren't covered, what their deductible is, stuff like that. So that's always something we always talk to them about.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show, and let's talk to you about your problems. Don't forget 888heating.com will give you a quote and guarantees low price on the same equipment. You just find the brand they have for AC, and they say they'll do it. That's 888heating.com. And you may not be thinking about heat today, but you will. 303-770-2776. So let's talk to Mike, who has a question. Oh, he hung up. He had a question. Any idea what the question was, Mike? I'm sorry you hung up. If you stayed, we would have. Doc, you have some follow-ups.
No,
What do you got going
You were
on?
going to talk to him about something.
Yeah, but that's right. He hung up. You're right. I need to talk about hail damaged cars.
Right.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, hail damaged cars. Let me explain what happens. If you have a hail damaged car, whether it's partial or total, and they sell it to you at a deal, you have to understand something. No matter what you pay for that car, it's too much. When you have a hail damaged car, you have two choices: buy the hail damaged car and fix it. If you buy a hail damaged car and fix it, the addition of those two things will never, even if, listen to this, even if the cost of the car and the repair equals a good price for that car will forever be scarred. It will be a car with an accident or with a total. So, no matter what, that would if you add up the price of the car and the price to get it fixed, and that total approaches the price of buying a regular car, do not do it. It would have to be literally 60% of the value for it to pay off. If you go above 60% of normal retail, you're screwed, because that car will have a stigma. Now, let's say, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to repair it. Well, then, forget about ever having any other coverage on your car for collision. You can't finance it. If you financed a car with heavy hail damage, they will either require that you fix it or disclaim every damage you ever have in the future. Meaning this: if you get in an accident, if somebody does something to your car, if you have to put in a claim for something to do with the body of your car or the interior, they will first subtract the value of that hail damage. So let's say it has $4,000 worth of hail damage. You basically, from then on out, will have $4,000 less of any coverage in the future automatically. So if you repair it, you're screwed. And if you don't repair it, you're screwed. So why is a hail damaged car a great deal? Here is where some hail damage can be a good deal. If it's minor hail damage and the dealer got paid from insurance and just wants to get the car out of there, if you can repair that and it's minor and have it approach, you know, if it's minor, not major, minor, that means one panel. That means less than so many dings per foot. That means paintless dent repair that you can have done for $2,500. If you can have damage done for $3,000 or less and add it to the price of the car you're buying and it comes to 75% of value, you'd have a good deal. Remember, major damage, take the cost of repairs and the cost of the car, it should never exceed 60%. If it's minor damage, it should never exceed 75%. If you're going to not fix it, then always plan on not having that amount of insurance on any of your claims. Coming up, we have more roofing talk, and then we have a question about transferring a horse. Yeah, there is actually a process, and it's called a brand inspection. We'll talk about that. In a horse state, you ought to know that, right? So hang on, and we'll come to all of you, plus K&H Home Solutions in the house, along with Security Central. And we have a word from Excel Roofing as well, coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yeah, I have some good follow-ups.
Okay. So just some programming notes here. We had, as you know, we booked you at the last minute for you. That's good. But this call from Excel was planned ahead of time, just so you know as well. So just so you know that. Yeah. Okay. And then George is just a random call. Okay. So, do you guys, do we have any, I think we have bottled water. You want some water? I got a drink. I think we have some bottled water. At least the last I checked. So you want?
There's definitely Coke. There's definitely some.
I have one. Thank you.
Is there water in there?
I don't know, but I just looked for the Cokes.
No, we're covering horses too.
Horses. Is this your first time on?
I was on years ago. When they first called me, I thought it was going to be the more normal, hey, can you just join by phone and answer a question or whatever? No, we want you to come hang out with us. Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do I do? What kind of windows did you get put in? Oh, all sides.
Oh, shoot. We're still in the air. We just moved in yesterday.
To the new place? So what is she doing with the old place?
Well, we had like a lag, like 15 days.
Oh, to move stuff over.
Yeah. Which they only let you cancel at the end of the month.
Right.
Because she canceled the lease like when we got a question code.
Yeah, that was when I was on before that. The guy hung up. Mike. Mike and Mike ignore me.
Like the show. That's a show. You got a lot of stuff at the cabin too.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hospitals are more likely to pay a ransom. A new government analysis finds nearly all hospitals, 96%, are operating with critical systems or software programs that have known vulnerabilities, but only 53% have.
I really do think using Patrick, or I mean, at least, you know, a addressing some of those areas. I mean, that's what he likes to do. It's what he's good at.
Researchers found after 1 year, an experimental state up of nearly 70% of toddlers.
Just gonna run into, and he was talking about it, damage on things that we don't do. So, fences, decks, painting on siding. No, but the insurance company will address all that. So I asked him what he does about that, and he said, you know, when he worked for the other company, he would have references and referrals to send them over for things like that. And then the problem with windows and doors and siding is with a roof, they cover the whole roof. With that stuff, it's like they piece it together, and then they pay for like a Home Depot window. So Ted has traditionally done cash contracts for that because it's not going to cover a window that we carry.
How long ago did Ted retire?
I took over April 1st.
Okay, so not that long ago.
6 weeks, yeah.
Recently.
Very recently. He was still there all month to helping us out. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep, he's doing great. That's pretty bad.
Lee, were you with the company prior, or you just started?
This is my second career.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 30 years with one company, and then I retired for a couple of years. And then
What's your background?
came back in. I worked for Sherwin-Williams.
Okay.
My whole life, right out of college. Managed all different businesses for them. Moved around the country.
So do you have guys that are experienced in doing all the stuff that K&H does, or do you do it?
As far as what?
As far as just the actual labor?
Oh, nothing really changed. We have all the same subcontractors, all the same sales consultants, everybody in the office.
Just the ownership
It's just Ted
change.
came out,
And you-
Steve and I came
Okay.
in, yeah. So one family business to another.
And Ted did a lot of things right, but there was some, you know, Ted was not great with technology and certain things that Lee's coming in and really just modernizing, which is
I'm
great.
sure.
You know, when you buy a successful company, you want to keep the things that made it successful there, and then just change some of the outliers. So
I mean,
it's
Ted's
been
an old guy like me, so he probably wasn't that technically oriented.
No, I laughed.
He's really sharp.
Yeah. His office was full of papers and books. I walk into Lee's office, it's a laptop. That's it.
Yeah, I quit practicing medicine just when EMR, electronic medical records, came in. Everything I did for 40 years
Is that Gainesville?
was on paper. And I just didn't want to change to have to, get everything onto medical records. Wasn't worth it.
Rains all the time there.
Nice when you get there.
I went down to 2 years at Miami-Dade. It was the largest community college in the world. So I started there and then finished it at SUNY in New York. But I went to 2 years of Miami-Dade.
What SUNY college did you finish at?
Albany.
That's where I graduated from.
Really?
Uh-huh.
How, when?
I graduated in '99. Concrete jungle over there.
Young.
Where'd you graduate from?
SUNY Albany.
Oh, okay.
Which is where Tom graduated from, I just heard.
I'm originally from New York also, as you can probably tell.
I could tell a little bit from the accent.
Where did you live?
I grew up in Long Island.
Oh, Long Island. Okay.
Oh, where?
Well,
Comac?
Oh, I grew up in Bayside.
Oh.
So not too far away.
That's where my mom lives now. Is Bayside.
Really, Bayside?
Yeah.
Where?
Those 3 towers right by the Throgs Neck Bridge.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I forget the names of them, but.
Let's see, there's a
Like
lot
Bell
of good
Towers
schools
or
in New York.
something?
Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Yep.
The only someone
There's a school on Long Island my nephew went to. He loved it. What the hell?
But I've been out here since.
School in Long Island?
Which is what, almost.
Hofstra?
Yes,
Hofstra's in Long Island, yeah.
Absolutely.
Hofstra.
I lost mine.
Hofstra's a good school. Why didn't you?
Great school. Get a little bit further away from my parents, I guess. Back in the day. And then I came out here to go to grad school and never left.
I hear that from so many people. They come out here, they just fall in love with Denver.
I mean, other than today, I mean, the sun's out typically all the
this.
time.
This is we
I
hardly.
came out
Well,
here.
it's so rare, yeah.
It's great.
Right.
We need the moisture, that's for sure.
Yeah. I've got a friend in the roofing business. He was like, "This is so unusual. Like, hadn't been any big hailstorms in the last 2 years or whatever."
Yeah, 2-3 years.
Hey, welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Do you want to talk to a stem cell doc directly? You can. Denver Regenerative Medicine. You can call and make an appointment, and it's free of charge. They'll talk to you about your procedure if you want one in the back, in the knee, in the elbow, whatever. And they also do hair replacement. 833-STEM-GEN. 833-STEM-GEN. All right, now let's get to the phones. Mike had a question earlier, and I thought he had hung up. Mike has a question for K&H Home Solutions. Go ahead, Mike. What's going on with you?
Yes, Tom, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great, Mike.
Outstanding. Well, thank you so much for taking my call, and as always, thank you so much for your uplifting program. It means a lot to me. And K&H Roofing, thank you so much for taking some time to answer our questions today. I was going to ask you, the average life of a roof is about 24, 25 to 30 years. What can you do, if anything, to make your roof last longer?
God, people ask that. Yesterday we covered that. Go ahead, Mike. Keep asking.
Oh, okay. And I was just going to ask, is that an accurate representation of kind of the lifespan of a roof?
For asphalt roofing, I would say yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the warranties
on the
roofs.
Turn that mic. Is the mic on there? Sir? No, wrong switch. The one over there that it's plugged into there, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
there
I can hear you. Great, man.
Good question, Mike. Yeah, so the warranty on the roofs through the manufacturer is going to be 30 years, but out here in Colorado, you're right, it is more like 25 years. There are a couple things that you can do to make it last longer. I mean, doing a Class 4 impact-resistant roof is certainly going to make that last a little bit longer, for sure.
But when you say last longer, if you're talking about roof rejuvenation, they really, you know what? There's a place out there called Roof Max or something, and people have been asking about it lately. They spray your roof. They spray old shingles, and they say that the oils revitalize the asphalt shingles. I want to make something clear. It does not repair a roof. It does not fix leaks. It does not restore granules. It's simply a spray. Now, I'm going to say something, and I'm not saying this about that company online, but I'm saying this about years ago. We used to call that a scam. People used to go door to door knocking saying, we can spray your roof and restore it, and we used to call it a scam. So I would not fall for, I would not have mine sprayed. Hold on a second, because we just happened to talk about this yesterday, and Henry's on the line. Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing, he's also on the line. We have K&H here. I want to get your take on that spray. Didn't you say it's not worth the money in your opinion? Because most of the time you do it on a 15-year-old roof anyway, because that's when you should have it done if you were going to, and by that time you really need to replace the roof. What do you think? Henry?
Yeah, Tom, I completely agree. I think when you get to that 15-year point, if you have hail or any sort of damage, you should really just worry about getting a new roof or fixing the damage. These Band-Aids that are just these little fixes, they're not going to really help your roof.
Mike, have you seen those? Have you seen those sprays?
I have seen them. I agree with Henry.
Yeah,
Hold on. Go ahead.
I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah, hold on 1 sec. Go ahead, Mike.
I agree with Henry. It's just a Band-Aid, and it's really, when your roof is 15 years old, it's not going to do much of anything.
Now, do they have roofs that last 25 years? I'm sure. Do they make a good asphalt will last 25 years now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In Colorado, they're going to deteriorate a little bit quicker. It really depends on the exposure to the roof too, and how much tree cover you have, and sun exposure and things like that.
Now, Henry, you were on earlier because by the way, let me ask some. Mike, is that what you were talking about? Those sprays?
Oh, you're speaking to me?
Yeah. Were you talking about those sprays?
Yeah. Sorry, I got the other mic confused with me. I apologize.
Yeah.
I had heard of the sprays. I was more interested, and I think you guys have kind of covered it, but what you can do to really extend the lifetime of your roof.
Okay. I don't know if there is anything. I mean, is there such thing as roof maintenance, Henry or Michael? Is there? I don't think there is really, right?
I think the best thing to do is just to maintain an eye on your roof and make sure that you don't have any sort of pulling up shingles, and make sure that you just keep an eye on it. And that's pretty much the best you can do.
Yeah, I mean, there is no real roof maintenance. Like you say, if there's a few pulling up, then more could pull up over time and stuff like that. So, Henry, hold on. I know you wanted to talk about something else. You said you had an update on hail damage. What do you have?
I do, Tom. So this is Henry with XL Roofing, and I got a hail report from yesterday. The recent hailstorm that swept through our state was really devastating. It spanned between Castle Rock and Sterling. Such areas as Castlewood North and Castle Rock and Foxfield and Centennial received up to an inch and a half hail. And some extreme hail fell in Strasburg and areas of around Bush with some softball-sized hail. As a homeowner,
hey, wait a minute. Did your dad go to church or something? He was just saying we haven't had hail in 4 years.
We've been praying, Tom.
No, go ahead.
I don't know. So as a homeowner, for everyone listening, it is essential to be prepared for your roof repairs. Remember, never sign anything at the door. Call a reputable company. Most of these roofers will not stick around. It is absolutely crucial to rely on a reliable company. Do your research and don't get locked into a bad contract with these screwballs.
Right. That's for sure. So I want to just warn people, and thank you, Henry, and I want to warn people, do not accept a door knocker's idea of you signing anything. In fact, I don't even want them going on my roof. I really don't. I don't want the liability. I want nothing. I wouldn't sign a word. I would say, you know what? Thank you for coming. Give me your card, and I may consider you in the future. By the way, Excel Roofing is 303-761-6400, excelroofing.com. K&H Home Solutions does more than, of course, roofs. So, guys, have you ever replaced siding because of hail? Have you had? I mean, is that a thing? Because I hear roofing, but I imagine siding gets damaged. Yeah.
Yeah, siding can get damaged, windows, doors, fences, decks. I mean, you name it.
So have you done hail jobs for that?
Yeah, I mean, we do windows, doors, siding, roofs, and gutters. So those 5 things, absolutely, we will. That's why you want somebody out there to assess the damage so that the adjuster doesn't miss any of those things.
Obviously. And what kind of siding, though, would get damaged, do you think?
The main one that's going to get damaged is vinyl siding. That's definitely very susceptible to hail because it's a lot thinner. And a lot of the wood sidings, the composites, the James Hardys, if they're going to get damaged, a lot of times it's paint that's getting chipped off. So it depends on the damage on what the insurance will cover. Sometimes it's painting of your siding, and in a vinyl siding case, it's ripping it off and replacing it.
And, of course, K&H, when they're not here, is 303-471-7100. 303-421-7100. I want to talk about this issue with eBay. First, I want to ask about Elaine, hang on a sec. We'll get right to you. Diamond Coat, how is that in hail?
Diamond Coat is pretty good in hail. I mean, it's got a coating on it that is made from the pigments of some minerals, so it actually does last. It's got a 30-year paint finish warranty.
So
and
you literally don't paint your house when you have Diamond Coat on there as far as the main siding?
You shouldn't have to for 30-plus years.
Do you have any – is it a composite?
It is basically a wood composite. So they take chips of wood, and they're going to kind of glue it back together and make a composite. But it is a wood-based product.
Okay, but it has a 30-year finish.
Correct. 50-year warranty and a 30-year finish warranty.
Now, as far as hail, it's pretty durable.
Yes, that and James Hardy. Those are going to be the 2 most durable products that are out there.
And when it comes to trim on a Diamond Coat, what do you trim the house with this Diamond Coat siding? Does it make its own trim?
Yeah, they make their own trim. So it's a full siding product where you have window trim and corner posts.
Which also has that finish guarantee?
Correct.
Wow.
Hey, Tom, other than having a leak coming through, how would you know if there was damage to your roof? Does it have to be substantial enough to cause a leak?
That's a good question, okay?
I mean, I don't go up on my
that's
roof.
a good question. There's something called bruising. Bruising in and of itself may not ever leak, or it will take a while. But what it does is it removes the granules from the area, right, on a hail bruise, Michael? And then that's susceptible now to UV damage. Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah, it's rare that you're going to get a leak coming through the roof into the house, although if you do not repair that hail damage and you get hail damage on top of that, then you absolutely can get that.
Because those granules are knocked off. That's the main problem.
But how do you know if you have roof damage or not?
Well, you have to have an inspection. I mean, obviously.
So after every hailstorm, you should have it inspected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Or a bad windstorm if you see anything lifting. Okay, Elaine, what's going on with eBay?
Well, my husband ordered an item. It's this magnetic shoulder wrap. Anyway, from
Okay, wait, what did he
eBay.
order? I'm just curious.
Oh, it's like a magnetic shoulder wrap thing.
Oh, yeah. For a sore shoulder.
Right.
Okay.
And he had it for just a short time and wanted to return it. He's going to need surgery, so he doesn't need the thing. And the seller was fine, and they sent him a return label.
But there was nothing wrong with it. He just wanted to return it. How long did he use it?
Yes. Oh, a short time, maybe a week or two.
Oh, okay. So that's a real short time.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
seller had no problem taking it back?
Not at all. No,
Okay.
because it was still like new. He only used it a few times. Anyway, so they did the return as he normally does with eBay. He's bought lots of stuff there.
Yeah.
And they sent a return label. We packaged it up, put the label on, and sent it off through the post office where the label was for. And this was on April the 13th.
Okay, so anyway, what's the problem?
The problem is the post office lost it, and the return label they sent wasn't insured, had no insurance. So eBay won't give him a refund, and the post office is basically saying, well, do all this stuff to, fill out.
Well,
all
hold
these
on.
forms to
It's
look
not.
for it, but
Let's
you're
just,
not going to get any money.
Elaine, let's just say this: it's not eBay's.
Okay.
It's not the seller's problem. It really isn't. They're not.
No, it's not. But it is. But eBay, they say they provide the return label. The eBay supplied the return label, and whether it was the seller or eBay.
Hold on. Hold on. So does Amazon.
Okay.
They don't insure them. That's up to you if you wanted to do that.
Right. Well, we were told by the post office, and at the time we didn't ask, but if they don't give us, you can't add insurance. We would have happily paid the whatever, $5, $10, whatever, to send it back.
How much did it cost?
Over $300. That's the problem. If it was a $20 item, we would have said, oh, well.
But Elaine, I know what you're doing, and I don't blame you. You're looking for a bad guy, and I would be doing the same thing. But there is no bad. Well, the U.S. Postal Service is the bad guy, but you're trying to set up a scenario. You're trying to set up a scenario that, had they offered me insurance, I would have taken it. They did not offer. They said I could not. So you actually asked, "Can I insure this?" And they said no.
Yes.
Who said no?
Well, we checked it, and yes. And,
Who
and
said no? Who said no?
Well, the post office.
Okay.
They said that the return label, and at that point we probably should have that. I guess you could say is our fault, but the problem is that nobody's taking responsibility for.
Well, hold on, Elaine. Who said they could not take insurance, and why? When they said what was the reason they said they could not insure it?
The return label did not have insurance on it. You can't add it.
Okay, so
and I double checked with somebody.
You're saying no one's taking responsibility. It's the U.S. Postal Service's fault, and they never take responsibility. So,
right.
I don't know what to tell you, Elaine, but there's no place to get paid if the U.S. Postal Service won't. You can't sue them. I mean, if it was a private shipping company, you could have sued them. But the insurance issue, I take issue with. I'm not sure that's true, that if somebody provides a return label, you can't insure it. And
well, Tom, listen to this. Let's say I have something that's worth $10, and I insure it for $1,000.
Well, that doesn't...
Let me finish. And I put a fake label on it, and the return address doesn't really exist. And so the package never gets delivered, and I get to collect the insurance on it.
Well, here's the deal. First of all, you can't insure something for more than it's worth, because all they're going to pay is what it is. You got to say what it is. You got to give a description. So, I mean, people have been shipping things for years trying to do that. It doesn't work. Elaine, the only bad guy here, if there is one, is the U.S. Postal Service, okay? You're trying to make it sound like eBay because they did not provide insurance. They never provide insurance. Neither does Amazon. So I just don't know the answer. Okay? But I don't think you're going to collect from eBay ever in a million years for providing you a return label and not insuring it. I think the problem is not that people don't have to offer insurance. The Postal Service lost it. That's where it begins. You should fill out the paperwork. But they're never going to pay you. It's an unfortunate situation where there is no person to collect from. Why lie to her? I mean, she's not going to collect from the post office or eBay.
But Tom, couldn't you do it? Let's say she,
Attention as we discussed neuropathy.
okay, and put a fake address on it, and it never got delivered. She would collect $300 insurance, right?
I mean, I guess. I mean,
But that's why they won't
But the return label, if they generate it, why shouldn't she still give them a fake address?
No, but if she puts a fake return label on it, she can collect the insurance if that address doesn't exist. They get lost in the system. I mean, that's the only reason I can think.
But here's the deal, though. I understand why they won't. They could easily verify the address when they give you insurance. I mean, I've done my own label. And I've gone there and bought insurance. I've made my own label.
Yeah, because you're sending it, right? So if there's already a return label, maybe that's why they won't let you actually send or do it.
TheArtOfGranite.com. You can get a price on the phone from The Art of Granite right now for your countertops, and it doesn't have to be granite. They do any kind of surface, natural stone, engineered stone, and they charge you wholesale on the actual material for the countertop. They charge for fabrication and installation, tear out free though, and haul it away. They also do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. And because they have such an extraordinary way of doing business, they can give you a price on the phone with some square footage and a brief description. 303-386-5919. Get your price, theartofgranite.com. The absolute best deal on water heaters, bar none. The best. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. I love talking about the best deals. The lowest price and the best deals. Whether that's A.O. Smith or Rheem, we're not talking about just big box store generic units. And we're talking about warranties on the work and 6-year warranties on the water heaters. And you get one, a 40-gallon, fully installed with the old one taken away, and new lines for water and gas. You get all of that for $12.99. If you want a 50-gallon tank, it's $13.99. Here's the greatest part. No matter what you want, he guarantees the lowest price, even if you want a giant water tank or you want an instant or what they call a tankless water heater. Call them for the best deals. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. So, have you been getting a lot of calls about roof?
What's that?
Have you been getting a lot of calls about roof?
They've been starting to pile in a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, they've been starting to come in.
Can you DBA K&H Roofing?
Can I do what?
DBA K&H Roofing, have that a name too?
Yeah, we do.
You do? Is
Yes.
it called K&H Roofing?
Yes.
So I can use that in spots then?
Yeah.
When you
We
want
have
to do...
a separate entity for that.
Good.
And K&H Home Solutions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You have to do that for the insurance. Like they want a different policy for the roofing because it's a heavier insurance.
Okay.
So you wouldn't want to pay for the whole company.
Right.
So you had to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works.
Is that measuring up to the other part of the business, or is it still more?
It's a smaller part, but
there's no reason
this
why,
is-
because there's not a lot of good roofing companies.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of roofing companies, but not a lot of good ones.
Yeah. Well,
Not really.
I think what people need to understand about, because we're talking about door knocking, but right now there's hundreds of people in their cars driving here.
I know. I know there are.
And they are.
Now, I'm not saying a good company shouldn't door knock.
No.
I'm just saying you follow the rules, man. I mean, you know, I've even provided one sheets for people that go to doors. I mean, because saying that, check us out on referralist.com, I mean, here's the deal, though. I still don't think, after you provide them a contract and all that, I don't care if people sign, but you don't sign to get them to look at the roof, for God's sakes.
What sometimes works well with that is if you're in a neighborhood that has similar age homes and you replace windows because they're bad.
Yeah.
You just keep, if you
Yeah,
go
but
a couple of doors.
there's nothing wrong with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but you're not asking them to sign a contract.
No.
I need to look at your
Who's
windows.
gonna
Can you
fix-
sign?
Who's going to fix it in 6 months when something's not done right?
And you want a Colorado-based company that's got an office here. I mean, these door knockers are coming from everywhere.
Yeah, but a lot of them come in and buy up a company and fake the name and heritage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things the brands I'm learning is not really known for. Is something outside the window, door, siding a little bit, but roof not so much. So that's why I wanted to come on here and make sure people know we have our whole roofing division. That's what we do.
We often get people that have used us, Tom, numerous times and go, "You guys do roofs?"
Hey, George, this is Tom. I just want to make sure you know I'm going to come to you. There are a few calls I have to take. Okay, man? All right. All right. I need to take this other business owner, though, because that business owner, we just slammed. Oh, yes. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to go. I did not realize this. I just saw her on the line, Crystal Rodarte, and we talked about Alfonso and Crystal earlier when a woman called and said they still haven't done the job. And you know my policy here. I always let the business come on the air to talk about a problem. And here's what's alleged right now. I'll bring Crystal up. It's a very simple allegation. This woman wired $15,000 and got nothing in return. Crystal, that's it. It's that simple.
Yes.
So, you said you wanted to give your side of the story?
Yes, sir. So she wired the money to have a mobile home moved.
Yes.
A double wide.
Okay.
Which has to go through I-70 and through Eisenhower Tunnel and all of that. We have to go through a different route.
Okay.
Needless to say, she wanted it moved in the middle of winter. Well, Colorado laws, which obviously nobody understands for oversized permits, we're under a restriction. We could only move during certain times when the weather permits.
Okay.
Her contract did state weather permitting.
Okay. All right.
So the problem is?
Yeah.
My husband has been in contact with her husband several times. He has talked to him. He has explained this to him. How are you going to move a huge double wide in the middle of winter with ice?
When was the last time? When was the last time that he talked to him? Because
2 weeks ago.
And he called and said, we're still going to do it?
My husband met up with her husband where the mobile home is moving to and told him, yes, we will do it. You know, we are under a restriction.
But you do agree, though, you did get paid, though, the $15,000, right?
Yes, and we're still going to do it.
Okay.
And she knows this.
That's wonderful.
But the thing is, too, you know, she needs to understand her contract did say weather permitting. Now we are on another obstacle with all of the road work going on I-70 and the corridors and all of this and that.
I have an idea, though, that may work. I have an idea. Since you did no work whatsoever, you haven't expended any money, you haven't done anything, how about giving the $15,000 back until you get closer to a time you can move it? Then you'll both be happy.
My husband and I are working on getting the $15,000 so we can go on ahead and pay her back.
Well, according to the Contractors Trust Act, that $15,000 should be in an account under her name, because that's what the Contractors Trust Act says. When you take money up front, it has to be put in trust for that job. So it should be a simple matter of transferring it from your bank to her. Do you see why, Crystal, people are a little suspicious? I don't mind you coming on and giving your side of the story, but I'm not going to lay down here while you tell me you're working on getting 15 grand back when you know you probably spent it. Crystal?
I'm here.
Where's the money?
I'm just telling you the contract is still in. I don't have control over that. My husband does.
Okay, well, you might want to ask him if he complied. Ask him if he complied with the contractors.
We are still going.
Yeah,
the
but
fact of the matter is, we still have the agreement. We are still going to do it. We're planning on doing it as soon as possible.
Okay.
And they are aware of this.
Okay. Now that part she didn't tell me. She did not tell me that you guys were in touch with her.
We are in touch with her husband. Her husband contacts my husband. She don't.
Okay, well, I'm going to find out.
husband.
I'm going to find out from the husband, and I appreciate you calling. But again, it's still a little weird.
It will be taken care of.
Well, that's good. You know, we're taking you at your word. And by the way, that's good that you called in, because now we have this recording. And if you don't, you're admitting you took the money. I mean, this is a slam dunk. But Carolyn, I should maybe talk to your husband. It's not fair, truly, if Alfonso has been in touch with your husband. It's kind of not fair to say they ghosted you.
They did. Their last response to us was when Troy met him in person that night that we signed the contract, which was on 4/18.
Wait a minute.
We haven't gotten.
She said 2 weeks ago he's in constant touch, including 2 weeks ago with your husband.
No, he has not called and he has not texted. In fact, I can grab Troy and get his text messages and information. The only time he had any contact with him in person was on 4/18 after I called you guys.
Oh, she hung up. I was going to ask her to weigh in on this, but
yeah,
I want to talk to your husband though, because she was adamant that she's still going to get the job done. But I suspect, and this is just my feeling and my opinion, that they don't have your money.
No, they don't. They don't have the toter that they said they were going to use my money to get. They don't have that sitting in their yard. His promise was that he'd take the 15 grand up front so he could go to Texas to go buy a better toter that could make this haul with these two houses.
Oh, man.
He doesn't have it sitting in his yard. He just has his old one that he uses around town. Well,
we got a problem, Houston. We got a problem. So here's what you need to do. You need to hang on to this recording. You need to go on YouTube and take down this recording.
I will.
It'll be posted on YouTube. It's live streaming, but you can get a copy. Just download it because and mark the hour 11:34.
Okay.
And then on today. So what you do is you mark that, and then she admitted they got your money and they're going to do the job. So if they don't, they're screwed.
Perfect. And the other thing is when she was saying that I was making them try to move it in the middle of winter. He promised me he would get it out.
Listen, hold on. Here's what look at. You got to learn how to argue. First of all, just take that out of the equation. Okay. And you don't care when they move it, as long as they move it soon. And no, you don't expect them to move it in the winter. Just take that away from it, because right now it's not winter. And right now, there are no excuses. Oh, she said construction. So I suspect she'll keep coming up with excuses. And here's how I know. When I suggested, okay, just give the money back and then let them pay you when you're ready. But that will not happen because I suspect they spent your money.
Trailer. I mean, a truck.
Well,
right? Yeah.
They did some pretty stupid stuff too. They really did. But man, am I pissed at this whole thing.
I tried to get Crystal back. It's going straight to voicemail.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You did a good job getting her back, though. Good, thank you.
Folks heading into the downtown area this late morning should watch for slick driving conditions.
We have a little soap opera on this show.
Southbound between 8th Avenue and Santa Fe. Just north of Denver, I-25 again, we've got a crash at Erie and Summit Boulevard blocking the left lane of both north and southbound traffic with 15 minutes of delayed driving in either direction.
They don't have the money.
Yeah.
You know, I'm working on
clear,
getting that money.
Trying to put together the money.
Rain all day with a high of 55 degrees.
See, they really should be as strict with this as they are with the trust accounts for attorneys, because it's the same, in essence, the same kind of law. And an attorney would be disbarred.
Mark Swan, 630 K-House. When you think Wendy's Biggie Bag, think your go-to meal deal with your choice of JBC, double stack or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. Biggie hits every time. So grab a Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary. Third-party.
Okay, I got you. I want you to mark your calendars for May 25th, where we're going to be talking about all elements of retirement, growing older, including Social Security, Medicare, long-term care insurance, investments, income for life, including annuities. You can ask all of your questions, all of them. You can even challenge the wisdom and make sure you're making good choices in your retirement. And I'm going to tell you, it's May 25th. I'll be there. Mark will be there. And, of course, becomethebanker.org. The fine people from there and their financial experts, unrelated to them, but people that they know will be there. You call a special number if you want to register. It'll be in the Denver Tech Center area, May 25th, 303-800-2919. And I think 5 or 6 o'clock, it might be 6:30. Just don't hold me to it. Give them a call, 303-800-2919. Extra cash, David Ellis Jewelry. Now listen, we all know it's a regular jewelry store. You can go there and buy stuff. It's a great location, 3rd and Clayton and Cherry Creek. You can also sell stuff like anything from mismatched earrings and tangled messes, necklaces and broken watches that he'll weigh it and pay it. Or you can sell used antique jewelry or vintage jewelry.
$2,000 an ounce, Tom.
What's that?
$2,000 an ounce for gold.
Right now it is?
Right now.
Well, I don't know if he pays full retail. But he'll buy it,
but
whatever.
That's a good time to
That's
sell.
a lot of money, man. So you'll get some extra money. David Ellis Jewelry, 303-322-8779, 3rd in Clayton.
Now's the time to sell your junk jewelry.
Holy shit.
At $2,000 an ounce. Yeah. Right? Even if he takes a little bit of profit, which he should, that's a great price for a gold.
There are 5 costly mistakes that home sellers make. Here's mistake number 1. Sponsored by Orchard, the modern stress-free way to sell your home. Beware of those low-ball home buying services. You may feel pressured to take thousands less than your home is worth just to know it will sell quickly. Don't settle for trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home on the market for top dollar, they'll guarantee the sale of your home with an impressive guaranteed backup offer.
That's why we talk about being a debt-free company too. It's important. A lot of these companies will collect 50% or more up front because they need the money to go buy the product or do that. So it's part of, yeah, it's usually part of my spiel.
While knowing when your old home will sell at Orchard. Avoid the costly
And what he was saying, we've talked to him about that before without saying not collecting.
Get a free, no obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Your mom has done everything your entire life. From teaching you the ABCs to celebrating your first promotion. This Mother's Day, give her a gift that's worthy of her lifetime commitment to you.
With the windows of the order, custom
for all moms. Whether they love to travel or are an empty nester who's looking for a new hobby, give her forever access to
and I know with the
25
commission,
languages
unless they pay you down payment, we can
now for May 14th at RosettaCorner.com.
Hi.
And if it's a seal deal.
What's better, finally getting those old, ugly, drafty windows and doors replaced? What's better than finally being able to truly enjoy our color of beauty through crystal clear glass? What's better than finally being able to open the windows and doors with ease? And finally, what's better than getting all that beauty done right with top quality products by Provia, installed by our own top quality employees, not subcontractors. Yeah? Well, folks, this is Dan Shear. Yeah, what's better than all of that? Taking advantage of our financing.
And Stacy can give us a copy of it. Yeah. I don't think I've ever put windows and doors in just for Ruben, and it's mainly his listeners.
Set up your own rock solid quote. Kitchen, bath, counter, you replace the windows and doors. You have one where it's just right and done right. 303-722-2285. 800-362.
Especially roofing. Yeah. Siding, I guess it's a color thing, but
Slow drains lead to messy backups. Get help from Plumline Services. Just $93 or free. It's a plum crazy deal. If they can't clear your drains for just $93, the call is free. But you also get a complete diagnostic report. Or just call for a free second opinion on any drain estimate. From the people with faith and ethics, putting honesty first. Service at home, servants at heart. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com. Money will not solve your money problems, but understanding money will. Learn how to create win-win real estate solutions by solving problems. Remember, the bigger the problem, the bigger the profit. Learn from industry experts at Pips Path Torque with an amazing lineup of speakers. NFL Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young, HGTV's Mina Starsiakov, comedic thought leader Michael Jr., and many more. Go to PipsPathTorque.com. That's PipsPathTorque.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net for the whole house system, under $2,000 fully installed. You'll never get prices like this. Do you know some plumbers sell these systems, and even plumbers I know, unfortunately, they sell these systems $10,000 that don't do half the stuff that this one system does, under $2,000. Waterpros.net, paulthewaterman.com is another place you can go. The best systems, the lowest prices, 303-862-5554. Let's go to the phones now, and we have Mark Conkle on. Mark, real quick here. You're with ProBid Energy, one of our solar contractors. In fact, the only one we really right now have that we trust. There have been so many companies that come and go, but ProBid Energy, you not only do installation and sales, you also do maintenance and repairs, and you've even gone out and helped people who didn't even buy from you guys. But you're calling because we're talking about roofing today with K&H Home Solutions, as well as the other stuff they do. But they also have a K&H roofing division. And, Mark, you said when solar systems are on the house, that presents a special issue, right?
Yes.
So what do you guys do?
You need to have we'll detach before they pull the roof off. And then after they do the roof and the roof is inspected and passes inspection, we'll reattach the solar panels. What's important is that you get a qualified installer. Because if you do not have a qualified installer detaching and resetting your system, you may negate your warranties.
Yeah,
so that's very vital.
Not only negate warranties, but you could end up with leaks and stuff. So, Michael at K&H, have you had problems?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Michael at K&H Home Solutions. Have you had problems with getting solar systems addressed sometimes?
Typically not, because we're going to refer the homeowner to whoever put on those solar panels to. But
a lot of times those companies aren't around them. But
absolutely, and that's where we would lean on companies that are around that have a good reputation, like ProBid.
Yeah. So Mark, that is a good point, though. But insurance does cover that, right?
Yeah, insurance does cover it. It's part of your policy. It's part of your roof, so you don't have to worry about that. And we work with all the roofers on their schedule because obviously they're going to be very busy. And like you said earlier today, we don't work with door knockers. We want to work with a company like K&H, Excel, established local companies. This is who we work with.
Now, I'm going to ask the $64,000 question. Will you remove and replace panels that you guys did not originally sell?
Yeah, because there's so many companies that are gone now.
Okay, that's really good. See, that's what I love about ProBid Energy. 303-623-1531. When everyone else is gone, they're still around taking care of the cleanup mess, plus doing their own great jobs. ProBidEnergy.com. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. George, talk to me, George. Are you a horse trader?
No. My a relative of mine 2 years ago acquired 2 quarter horses from a Colorado horse sanctuary of some sort.
Yeah.
The horse, she was concerned about different things, so I reviewed the contract last night for both horses. These horses don't have any physical brandings on them at all. The horses both have the contract stipulation has noted the individual microchips that each horse has. Those microchips are registered were registered at the time with Found Animals Registry, which is now, or sometime back, has been bought out by 24 Pet Watch, I guess. Now, in the first year, there were certain restrictions up to, the first 12 months that my relative could not sell it and blah, blah, blah.
Right,
all these little things. Anyway, we're beyond that. We're 2 years. It says, it has a provision in there in the contract that stipulates after the first year, that person can apply for a branding transfer, a full branding transfer.
Is there a brand on the horse?
No, I told you there's no marking, no branding, physical branding on the horse, and there's no registry, so therefore there's no branding that's been registered with the Department of Agriculture.
All right.
Because I know there's an application for transfer.
Unless a horse
blah, blah,
is
blah.
branded, there's no brand inspection needed.
Right, but there is that microchip, and it's now with 24 Pet Watch. So now she hasn't. These two people.
Does the microchip list an owner?
Well, it does through 24 Pet Watch. I guess it lists someone who says they're the owner, but the Pet Watch doesn't go out and do an inspection or anything else.
No, I understand that. I'm asking, though, there is an owner listed on that microchip. Well, it's not listed on the microchip. It's listed on the number that the microchip refers to and the data record at PetWatch. So can you call them and can you have that? Do you have a bill of sale? Just have the – what I would do is just have it changed from you, from them to you, and then do a bill of sale and have it changed from you guys to the new owners if you're going to sell it.
There's a couple of complications there. Some more complicated than the other. First of all, I go online to 24 Pet Watch. There's no phone number there. No way to contact them. That's number one. Everything's done digitally, either whether you have a found pet or a lost pet is done through their form. Secondly, the relative of mine who has possession of the horses and the sanctuary aren't getting along right now because the sanctuary person, manager, owner, what have you, is making up things in terms of what is allowed and not allowed. They're not in the contract.
All that matters is the contract, okay? And I can't interpret the contract for you, but
the contract is straightforward. I told her.
But you said it said something about the owner may apply for a transfer, right?
For a branding transfer, and that gets done presumably to this sanctuary. Now, so my question is, what happens if the sanctuary people ignore it or refuse to do a transfer?
Okay, listen. First and foremost, there is no transfer because there is no brand, okay? Does he have
there's an ownership. Something has to be written up, presumably.
Does he have a bill of sale for the horse?
They have that contract, which I told you says you have these horses for at least a year. You have these responsibilities, these obligations, and these prerogatives. And after a year, if you can apply for a branding transfer.
All right, I got to take a break and I'll let you know what to do. But you're not going to like it, George, because you're sounding like you're painting yourself in a corner. But I'm going to tell you the practical way horse people deal with this because I've dealt with it hundreds of times over the years. Not hundreds, dozens.
He's another one that needs to know what succinct means.
You know what succinct means.
What? I said he needs to know.
Oh.
Get more airtime, Mike? A little bit.
What's that?
I was just asking if you got some more airtime. Yeah, you have a pretty good radio voice.
Radio voice, you know. Ted just texted me and said, "Are you on the Martino show?" I said, "Yes, I am." Maybe he listens. Well, he would know. What's that? If he was listening, he would know. think you heard Michael. Just like, oh, you never know with tech.
I loved dealing with people who guarantee the lowest price, guarantee for life, and never any money up front. Garage Kings is one of those companies for floor coverings. That means a floor coating on your garage, your patio, your pool deck, your walkways. Get the best. A polyaspartic coating guaranteed for life, guaranteed lowest price, and get this, no money down. Garage Kings, the king of floor coatings. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370. That's 720-252-0370. That's GarageKings.com. Hey, American Restoration is a company I hope you never have to call, but if you have a property catastrophe, maybe even an unattended death, or you have a rental and you find a meth lab, and boy, this happens, or broken pipes, fires, floods, whatever it is, it could be weather-related like today. If you have a problem, don't call just any company, and definitely never let your insurance pick the company. You need a company that has all the EPA certifications, the training, insurances, and knowledge to get the job done right, to mitigate dangerous substances, to help you rebuild properly. You need American Restoration 24/7. Simply the company that I would call for my house. I know Rock and the team. That's 8337-AM-REST. That's AMREST. 8337-AM-REST, or online, amrest247.com. So I'm trying to update this where she calls the show here. I asked why they don't return the money.
Kristen said she got the maintenance guy out for the window, and 15 other apartments already called. Same issue. Yeah.
About what?
They just redid all the windows at her apartment complex with all side windows, and it's flooding and bubbling water in the wall after they just replaced them like a week ago. Pretty brutal. Save some money on the window installation and then pay 4 times more for all the restoration.
Yeah, they probably didn't. No. Now you have drywall damage too.
Drywall, carpet.
That's a perfect example of cheaping out on the actual project. Now you're in for it. And I mean, brand new windows, no matter what they are, if they're installed properly.
Right.
So
It's
they
not
probably
gonna
weren't
leak.
flashed the right way. They probably were measured incorrectly.
Seems pretty easy though in an apartment complex. They're all the same, you know? They're all gonna be the exact same probably.
It's probably just the way they were sealed and flashed and.
Yeah, I think they had the maintenance crew doing some of the installations.
Yeah, that's good. Handyman putting in windows. Todd call and explain himself this morning, dear.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, is this Ken?
Yeah.
Hi, this is George.
Yeah.
Central. How are you?
Oh, hey.
Let me talk to him real quick.
Okay.
Hey, George.
That's getting action.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Jordan. Could you call him later this afternoon when the show's not going?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, anytime after 3 would be great.
Well, I texted him last night. I was like, you want appointments tomorrow? Like, you got news? And he's like, you can come on at 12 in Nevada. And then he called
See,
me.
they're on it, reaching out.
Yep.
So that's good.
I actually have a 20 window job in Evergreen if you want to come. I just didn't want to invite you in the first place because I wanted to concentrate and I don't
It's
get a
easy
lot
to
like
think
that.
all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act on our clients'
Because
business.
when you're doing the
It's the
numbers,
highest standard of
whatever,
care
like,
for
I
a
can just
financial
chit chat.
advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor our portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and
They went alright. You
We have
called
one
me about it this
transparent
morning too and
management
told me
fee structure
like
so we do
how they
better
went
when our
and how
clients
he's
do
doing
better.
follow up with them.
something to achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from
Yeah, the
other
first
money
one,
managers.
I mean, I would be
Visit
very hard
FisherInvestments.com
pressed
to
if we
find out
didn't
why
sell
investors
that
like
one.
you switch to us. Fisher Investments.
Connecting with them so
Clearly
well.
different money management.
The second one was kind of.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Dan McKenzie does trusts and wills and probate, keeps you out of probate if you want. He can do irrevocable trust, revocable trust. He can help you make your plans. Dan McKenzie's the expert we use on this show. A simple call to Dan and McKenzie Law will help get you started. Everyone needs a plan. 833-CO plans. An easy way to remember the number. It is local. 833-CO plans or coplans.co. So let's continue here. George said one of his relatives or friends bought a horse, and they bought a horse from a rescue, and has a contract for the horse. And in the contract it says that the owner may apply after a certain amount of time for a brand transfer. That means an ownership transfer. And right now, it has a microchip, and I'm assuming the microchip has an owner listed, which is not the sanctuary. So now we have three parties involved: the original owner, the horse sanctuary, and the new owner. And George is wondering what's going on.
Right, Tom.
And
Tom,
yeah,
that's not right. There's only the sanctuary. There's no third party. There's only the sanctuary and the person who acquired the horse.
and so the microchip is listing the sanctuary as the owner.
Well, I haven't seen. I'd have
See,
to try
George,
and
that is who I'm assuming is the third party, but that's okay. We won't call him a third party. Listen, if you let me talk, George, I could have told you how to solve this. If you want to wait, you can. If not, that's fine with me. This is a non-issue. It's what they call a nothing burger. No one inspects brands. For God's sake, you can steal cars and get away with it. Hold on. No one gives a shit is what I'm trying to tell them. No one. You transfer the horse, you sell it, and you give the guy a bill of sale, and no one will do anything. The brand inspector right now is in his office with his fingers up his ass, and he's probably home. He's not even in his office. You can't get a brand inspector in your office. What's that?
There was a sock here.
Yeah, it's right here.
That's not right.
Oh.
I couldn't find it.
How many employees you have, Jordan?
About 45.
I know, but I couldn't find it.
Do you have your own fleet of trucks, or just use private cars?
I honest to God couldn't find it.
Well, the sales guys use their private cars. All the technicians use.
Do you have trucks?
And then I didn't.
Yep.
I swear to you, I know it was like magic.
Okay. Okay, that's really strange.
How did you get into this business?
Actually, my father-in-law is the one that started it back
Oh, really?
in 1969.
Wow.
And, so
In Denver?
In Denver here, yeah. And so my wife grew up in the business, and when we got married right out of college, I went into banking. She went into helping him, and then when she got pregnant with our first, she was going to stay home, and so he asked if I'd be willing to come help him because I'd helped a lot on the side. And, so I always say I took a pay cut and went to work for my father-in-law. Doesn't that sound like a great deal?
Right.
But it's worked out well. We've had a good run, and so we were partners for about 20 years, and then we bought him out, and he retired.
How many kids you have, Jordan?
So we have 3 grown kids.
How old are they? In their 20s, 30s?
So 30, 28, and 26.
Wow. So out of the house and everything.
Yeah, they're all gone. Got
Are they in Denver?
So they're all
Okay.
local.
That's great.
Got a few grandkids, a couple more on the way, so it's a great season of life.
My son got married last July, almost a year now. And so every time we go out to dinner, I keep seeing if my daughter-in-law orders a glass of wine.
Something like that. But yeah, it'll be a very busy household.
Does she know the sex of them yet?
So they just found out last week, so 2 little girls.
Oh, cool.
They got a little boy.
Where's she having the baby?
So they live down in Colorado Springs.
Oh, okay.
And so at was it St. Francis?
Yeah.
There. And, she's actually a nurse practitioner.
Oh, cool.
She worked at St. Francis for a lot of years. So our son, they live down there because our son was in the Air Force and still in the reserves, but he was stationed down there for 6.5 years. And,
it's not a bad place to be stationed.
So they're situated down there and enjoying life there.
What are your other kids doing?
our middle daughter is a stay-at-home mom with 2 little girls, and our younger son is a CPA for Deloitte.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's getting married in October. Get them all.
Well, at least you don't have to pay for the wedding with the
yeah, exactly.
with the son, right?
Exactly. So,
So do you live down in the Springs or up here?
So no, we live in the Lone Tree area.
Okay.
But our son's close enough that we get to see the,
Oh, yeah.
the grandson regularly and all. So they'll actually be up for dinner tonight. That's good. They're talking about moving to Castle Rock with the coming twins, knowing that they'll need a little extra support.
Yeah,
'Cause
absolutely.
Not only will it be closer to us, but her sister or brother and sister-in-law live in Castle Rock, and they're real close. So.
Is your wife working outside the home now? Or?
She does not. So she's full-time grandma. And,
Yeah, I say that would be great because you have a full-time grandma ready.
So, she's cleared her calendar, and she is ready to help
Right.
as long as needed. So she's excited about it.
I always loved delivering twins. It was always,
Yeah, it's fun.
usually we did it by C-section. You know,
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
depends on how the babies are lying.
Certainly exciting, and it's amazing how, it's just like when you buy a blue car, you see how many blue cars are on the road. Same thing. As soon as you mention twins, it's amazing how many people have twins
Right.
in their family or whatever. Oh,
It's
I'm a twin.
It's about 1 out of 100
Is
on
that what it
average.
is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's 1 out of 1,000 for
Dude had a
triplets.
fractured neck.
Okay. Wow.
Played the rest of the 3rd period.
Yeah, I mean, I loved what I did, except for the hours.
Yeah.
Because I was in practice by myself.
Oh, yeah.
So I was on call 24/7. So I'll tell you, for 30 years,
Oh my goodness.
I took one vacation that was longer than a week. For the other 29 years, I took the week between Christmas and New Year's, and we would go diving because my wife and I and our son love to dive.
Okay.
So we'd go on a dive trip, but that was one time I took 3 weeks,
Yeah.
and that was, but it was really took a lot of what's the one I'm trying to say? It was a lot of effort to keep doing that.
For sure. For sure.
You know, because babies come
Oh yeah. Anytime. Yeah.
right. So I could have, be in the OR half a day, be in my office, and then have to be up with a patient all night, and then, then the next thing you're in the surgery again.
Right.
So my hours were so crazy.
Yeah. Wow. And were you doing that in New York or here?
No, I never practiced in New York.
Okay.
I went to medical school in D.C. at George Washington, did my residency in New York, and then I came out here. It was a day like this in New York, except it was 20 degrees instead of 60. And I landed in Denver. It was in February, and the sun was shining,
Clear and
everybody's walking around in shirt sleeves. And I said, okay, I'm coming here. I never looked back.
Yep. Oh, good.
I can grab it.
I mean, it's a great place to raise a family. And it was a great place to practice.
Yep. For sure.
We had the lowest, or the second lowest,
Yep.
malpractice insurance in the country.
Is that right?
And it was still $40,000 a year.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Wow.
But that was the second lowest in the country.
Wow. That's crazy.
I mean, people in like Pennsylvania were paying over $200,000.
Oh my gosh. Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because one of the things that Colorado did, they put a cap on pain and suffering of $250,000, which really isn't that much. So, a lot of these places back east, or big cities with large impoverished populations, would award ridiculous amounts of pain and suffering. There was no cap.
Stretch and do all my shit.
Because usually the medical part of it isn't that much. Because if something went wrong and you had to fix it, you pay for the surgery, and so it's $20,000, $30,000. It was the pain and suffering that made my practice just outrageous for these people.
Wow.
So if you want some updates after George, let me know.
We got to do the follows, you mean?
Yeah, follow-ups.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. I give that webinar address because they have all kinds of free information there before you even call them. you can get it. Anything to do with family law. By the way, they also do estate law. But for the family law topics on webinars, go to harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. And if you ever need any advice and you need to hire an attorney for family law or estate planning, 303-515-5000. Welcome. Let's talk. Now, lines have simmered down. My goodness, we were busy all morning, and we have a review to do on some of them. The woman called from, I want to be fair. I want to be fair. We had a call earlier from a woman who said that she tried to get her trailer moved. And a company, she found a company, and she sent $15,000 by wire to them. And the name of the company, there's two names, but they all go by, but the husband and wife team own both of them. Alfonso Rodarte and Crystal Rodarte. And the names of the companies, well, one is Crystal's Transport, I think, Crystal Transport, and the other one is We Do It All Construction. And they're out of Cortez, Colorado. So she hasn't heard from them, and she said they ghosted us after signing the contract. Now, Crystal called the show, Rodarte, and said, no, we didn't ghost him. Crystal said that we're still planning on doing the job. And in fact, my husband has been in constant touch with Troy and did not ghost anyone. But, of course, they have no record of those calls. I'm talking about the consumers have no record of those calls, according to the wife, that he hasn't been talking to them. And then I said, well, why not just give that money back until you're ready to move? Because she said weather has plagued her, the winter has plagued her, road construction has plagued her, and delayed the move. And I said, just pay it, right? And then she said, we're working on it. Well, that's very interesting in and of itself, because under the Contractors Trust Act, that money should have been held in trust and not spent. But instead, it sounds like they don't have the money. But anyway, Crystal did say, I want to leave you with this thought. The Rodartes, who own Crystal Transport and We Do It All Construction, they say they're still planning to do the job for this woman. And that was the last we heard. 303-713-8255 was the number. And George, he called about a horse transfer. Now, I want to make this clear. This horse was bought from a sanctuary or horse rescue. Let's just call it a rescue. The guy that bought it from a rescue got a contract that said he had to keep it for a certain amount of time before he could sell it. Then it said he could apply for a brand transfer. The horse also has a microchip with someone's name on it as the original owner. We don't know who. So we have the original owner. We have the rescue, which could be the original owner. I doubt it. And then we have the new guy who has the horse. And here's the real situation when it comes to brand inspections. I have been messing with horses 35 years. 35, 45. No. I'm sorry. 45 years. I messed with horses. 45 years. I don't have horses now, but I had horses my whole life. My whole adult life. And really, I love horses. And we have bought and sold horses over time. No one gets a brand inspection that I know of. No one. No one. Every once in a while, for a really expensive show horse, they do that if they have to transport it. It's required. But if a horse doesn't have a brand, there is no brand transfer, and there's no requirement for a brand, so it has fell by the wayside. George is worried that if his friend or relative sells this horse, that the rescue will come after him because, according to the contract, he can apply. I don't know what the contract says. But unless the contract requires, if the contract said something like this, and again, I'm not going to give you legal advice, but let's say if I had a contract and it said, before selling this horse or transferring ownership, you must get our approval at the XYZ rescue and our transfer, that's one thing. But if it says after a year of ownership, the owner may apply for that, that's pretty vague. It's pretty vague. I mean, I don't know what that means. And I think if this guy paid for the horse and can prove that he has ownership of the horse and he held the horse for a year as was required, which is pretty clear in the contract, you say, then I would say he could sell the horse to somebody. If it was me, no, I want to put it this way. If it was me, I'd have no qualms about selling the horse and giving the new owner a bill of sale, and that would be it for me. I don't know why we have to overcomplicate it, George.
No, that's exactly what my position was with her on the phone last night. I just wanted to check because I knew you were familiar with it on horses. It is vague, that part. It doesn't stipulate a requirement. And I told her, I think you can just go ahead and do what the heck you want. You have that horse, you own it. That's it.
Right. That's what I would do. Now, again, I don't want to...
That's what I thought, too.
Yeah.
I just wanted to cross my T's.
Yeah, and I always tell people, you know, I'm not going to give you legal advice on something, but I'll tell you what I would do. And there's nothing wrong with telling you what I would do. By the way, horse transfers, as I said, I have a lot of listeners, and I know a lot of them are horse people, and you can verify this. When have you ever had a brand inspection? Only usually when you're transporting a horse or taking in a horse from out of state or out of the country. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. K&H Home Solutions is in the house. They also have K&H Roofing. We're talking about stuff with them. We also have Jordan Jackson from Security Central. And we were talking about some of the things to look for in a security system. Non-proprietary equipment is important. You want to be able to fix the windows and doors and the contacts and all of that. And you want to be able to do it without a proprietary system. You also want to know that your contract will stipulate if you move or change and if you fulfill the contract and leave, that you can get the factory code reset. You also want to own the equipment, not lease it. And what else can we add to that, Jordan, when it comes to home security systems? Monitoring agreements.
So, yeah, monitoring agreements are an important part of a security system because you want to make sure that if you have a problem, somebody's going to know about it and do something for you, right? So picking the right monitoring company is really important, and we feel strongly that having the same installation company and the same monitoring company is really important so there's no finger-pointing possibilities when something goes wrong. You want somebody that's going to take full responsibility for your system and be there to, back it up.
Do you do your own monitoring?
We do.
So you you don't contract that out. Most companies contract it out.
They do. And so we actually have a partnership where we have 4 monitoring centers, one here locally here in Denver, and then a couple others over on the other side of the mountains in Utah. So we're fully redundant. And if we have tornadoes and things like that here, we stay up and running thanks to the wonders of technology that can reroute signals everywhere. And
you also told me one
going.
time to avoid long-term contracts for monitoring.
So yeah, so some of the you mentioned the national companies, being some of the big problems. We saw one just the other day that someone had gotten a 7-year contract for their home for their monitoring, and it's just crazy, So no, definitely would not recommend that for anybody.
And then you also said many of the monitoring services are overpriced.
So yeah, what
is overpriced? What is the price for monitoring nowadays?
What makes it difficult to tell sometimes is because of the way that companies subsidize the installation cost by building it into the monitoring cost. And so they may say, hey, the system is quote unquote free, but it's not free at all. It just means that they've built the cost into the monthly fee that you're going to be paying. And they hope and expect that you're going to pay that for decades. And so you actually end up paying for that system
What does
times.
monitoring run in the market?
Yeah, so the monitoring fees anymore usually are including cellular communication, since that's how most of the systems are communicating, so that has raised those fees. So I would say, typical monitoring fee is probably in the, $35 a month range, but then there's a lot of other services that you can add to that. If you want the interactive services through apps and things like that, that can often, add another $10 or, something like that. If you want video, that's extra.
But the ones that are charging $59, $60, to me, that's too much.
Yeah, and that's usually because they've built in the some of the installation cost. Anyway,
and by the way, Security Central's on their referral list, and they're also at securitycentralinc.com. Hey, let's talk to Eva. Eva, you have a comment on horse inspections? Go ahead. Who'd have thunk? Go ahead, Eva.
Gee, thanks. Who would have thunk? Yes, I have a horse that was given to me by someone. I rescued it. It was given me.
Yeah.
away who had gotten a bunch of them before he passed away. And this guy was older than I am. So anyway, this horse is going to outlive me. My neighbor was getting concerned about my health. And so she went on her computer and found a horse rescue place, but she said that they insisted on having getting a brand for the horse. And I said, well, I never bought it and I'm not selling it. I just want to give it away. And this is what the horse rescue place told her, that I had to get a brand inspection and that I just write down how I received it and how long I had it.
Well, first of all, the first question, do you have a brand?
No.
Well, there's no brand inspection then. Or they want to see that there is no brand. That would be a brand inspection too. In other words, to see that
Right.
you're not taking someone else's brand.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and were you successful in getting a brand inspection?
No, I didn't do it because my health, I figured it could.
Guys, I don't know the whole, but anyway. So it says prior to transfer of ownership of the livestock, including when livestock is given away. So livestock, it does include, by the way, horses. And it is mandatory, by the way. So when I said no one cares, it's on this site it says mandatory. Prior to transportation more than 75 miles away, prior to transportation from Colorado to out of state, prior to sale at a licensed livestock market, prior to slaughter, upon entry into Colorado, upon shipment from a Colorado feedlot to slaughter, and when no brand or freshly branded calves are removed from their mothers and shipped without a brand. So when cattle owned by non-resident of Colorado enter Colorado for commercial grazing purposes, so apparently there is a brand required, a brand inspection. I said no one cares, and I've never heard of people doing it. But listen, don't go by me. That is what they say when it is required. So any transfer, but that's not required by the rescue. That would be the state. You just call the state and say, I want to sell this horse. Can I get a brand inspection? And when it's not branded, they still want to inspect to see that there is no brand. Because I suspect, I'm just suspecting this, I don't know this. I suspect that the brands that are suspect or have cattle or horses missing might be listed like a stolen list or a hot list. And maybe they just want to check to see that you didn't cover up a brand, remove a brand, or that there is no brand. Because you're not required to have a brand, I don't think. Bill, you want to tell me something different? What's going on, Bill?
Yeah, Tom, you pretty much covered it. The big thing is that whether they have that's not the point, whether they have a brand or not. The brand inspection is required upon transfer.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that brand inspection needs to take place at the point of origin. In other words, you can't, like when we bring horses in to our place, we have to get the brand inspection at the place where we're bringing them from. And then we've acquired that brand inspection. That's the transfer to us. Then when they get here, we have to get another brand inspection, putting it into our name.
So if I have a backyard, if I have a backyard horse and I want to sell it to a neighbor, do I literally have to get that inspected?
Yep, according to the law.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a case in point. We bought one for my grandbaby, and it was a backyard horse. And we got the brand inspection on it at that origin. It was a backyard horse. We brought it here. Then eventually we ended up selling it, and the people we sold that horse to required the brand inspection. So if you skip it and then you run into somebody that's going to follow the letter,
yeah, you're right.
You got a problem.
You're right. Okay, well, thank you for...
No, very good.
I appreciate that. Thank you. 303-713-8255. Deputy Doc, you have some follow-ups?
Yeah, I have two interesting ones.
Hold on, Doc.
Okay.
I'm overtime right now. And then we'll come back to your follow-ups. Plus, we'll take any other calls that you have. And we're also going to talk to K&H Roofing. Denver Regenerative Medicine, this is important. They do, you can have, like I said, an appointment with a doctor, 833-STEM-GEN. You can call them and have an appointment with a doctor. Also, One Clear Choice Garage Doors will come to your home and inspect a garage door for $80, by the way. and this is a little known about service when you're buying a home, you can run into big problems with garage doors. By the way, they tune it up and adjust it as well for that price. Now, if you need any parts, of course, they will quote you. But here's the great thing. All of the prices for One Clear Choice Garage Doors is listed on their site. It's a great company. OneClearChoiceGarageDoors.com. I would have no other. 720-370-3987. Once again, I'm going to tell you about a great service, guaranteed for life, no money down, guaranteed lowest price. Man, when you get those combinations, you got to think GarageKings.com. That's right. They'll do your garage floors, the coatings, your walkways, your patios, your pool decks, and all of that. Guaranteed lowest price, no money down ever, and guaranteed for life. 720-252-0370, 720-252-0370, GarageKings.com. Let's talk about personal injury. It's something that no one wants to talk about. You never think it's going to happen. But, man, I get most of my calls from people who say, I got in an accident. What do I do? I'm hurt. I'm really hurt. I can't work, or this is that. Listen, don't call these giant call centers. In fact, I'm astounded that there are attorneys that brag about how big their firm is and how many call centers they have. You know what? Why? The bigger you are, the smaller you are, the bigger they are. I mean, the smaller you are, because you don't want to talk to an assistant, a call center. You want to talk to an attorney. John Fuller has pledged to take only the number of cases that he can work personally. He goes so far as to give you a cell phone number if you decide to hire him. He works on a percentage fee basis and is in constant touch with you on your case. He will talk to you about your case. If you think it's a good fit, go forward. Why don't you give him a call and see what it's all about? 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. I have a feeling that my daughter must have that 470 toll thing on her car, because I get billed all the time. Jesus, she uses it a lot. I found the greatest quote about daughters. It's a daughter is like having a broke friend who thinks you're rich.
Yeah,
that's
got
true.
2 of those. My mother-in-law's buying
A broke friend.
26th.
Congratulations.
Day of her birthday.
Congratulations.
You're coming over for breakfast, right?
Another place I never can go. Unless I'm out back by the barbecue.
That's where we hang out anyway.
Yeah, that's the best part of any house.
Why is there a rush on the border right now?
Why is there a rush? Because
Title
I think
42
something to do with Title 42.
expiring?
Which had something, yeah, it expired either today or tomorrow or yesterday.
It has to do with COVID, where they say that
Yeah.
COVID isn't as
That was 42, right?
Right.
Install windows.
You should go down there and recruit.
I had a guy last night at like 6:30. I hear the bell. Ding, ding, ding. No one's there but me. Somebody there? Yeah. Everything work?
At your house?
No, at the office. Yeah. He's a good guy.
Did he come this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Probably has truck.
Yeah.
Probably like send him over to Sergio or something. See if they.
Well, he used to work for a crew that used to work there. And now he's on his own.
Interesting.
Yeah. But we might need, I think we need people to, gotta have people in the, in the bullpen kinda, in case something happens.
Yeah.
So now I know why Mark keeps eating pistachios. Because it said that there's a study that shows pistachios can improve erectile function. So keep eating those pistachios, boys.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Eva has a question for K&H Home Solutions. Go ahead, Eva. Welcome to the show. What's happening?
Hi. So I have a shingle that I could see. It's just below my chimney, and the bottom of it is not flat. And I'm wondering,
the bottom of what, Eva? Right near your chimney?
one of the shingles is not laying down flat, and I'm wondering if I could send someone up there to just lay it down.
Eva, you're breaking up. Where are you located?
Just south of Wellington.
And have you had any hail recently?
No.
How old is your roof?
Maybe 2 years.
How many years?
3.
God, hey, can you help to reestablish? This is just ridiculous trying to talk to her. I can't understand her. If one of the shingles is not laying down flat, I was trying to get a handle on what she was saying. Around the chimney, one of the shingles is not laying down flat. That could be minor. That could be that it never sealed properly to begin with. That can easily be fixed. That's the answer. But Wellington, do you guys go to Wellington? Is that way? Isn't that? Do you go to Wellington? Do you know? Do you know where Wellington is? Wellington, isn't that up north and a little east?
Fort Collins. East
Fort
of Fort
Collins? Yeah. I think, yeah, so if you go to Fort Collins, you probably go to Wellington.
Yeah, we go to Wellington.
You go to Wellington? Okay. And here's the deal. I want to ask you straight up, too, because this is important. Do you have a repair division or only an install division?
We do not have a repair division, although if we've installed your roof, then we'll come out and repair it.
Okay, that's good.
Repairing roofs and new construction are very, very different on that.
Okay, so K&H Roofing does not have a repair division, and what they do is they will repair what they installed. And Excel does have a repair division for anything like that, but again, not all roofers do have repair divisions. It's not a mandatory thing. I do like, of course, roofers who you better ask them, do they repair and service what they sell? That would be, to me, a mandatory thing. 303-713-8255. Deputy Doc, what are your follow-ups, sir?
Okay, well...
Or give us at least one at a time. Yeah.
Terry Miller called because her aunt had died, and she still had in her aunt's apartment...
How long ago was this?
When she called?
Yeah, this I'm trying to find
a week and a half ago.
Okay, so Terry called about being in her aunt's apartment?
No, her aunt had passed away.
Okay, got it.
And she had some oxygen equipment from Lincare, and she couldn't get them.
Oh, I remember that. And she couldn't get, she wanted to return it.
Right.
What happened?
We called Lincare, and they picked it up yesterday.
Good, excellent. Now.
Okay, the other one.
Yeah.
Remember Kevin Westerhoff called because he brought his car to Wash and Go, and he claimed they did damage to his car.
Yeah, and they were adamant about that.
I got a lengthy email from the owner who said that, number one, that he believes, or they have video that shows it was due to his antenna being up, and they have multiple signs instructing all patrons to lower their antenna.
This was Wash and Go.
Right, wash and go.
Yep, March
And so-
19th. And
right.
but how did the antenna break the windshield? Is what
It was like a whipping action.
and it snapped and cracked the windshield.
Yeah,
God.
and they said they have signs all over the place saying that to pull the antenna down. He says it wasn't the antenna; it was some of their equipment. So it was a he said.
And by
she
the way,
said.
when people say they don't have a retractable antenna, that is an issue too. You can unscrew it. It's not difficult at all. They all screw on there. Yes. Okay, what else?
So basically, it's a he said, she said. He swears it was their machine. They swear it was the antenna, and I think he's just.
But
they're
if
just,
it was their machine, you would think it would happen to more than one
right.
car.
And
Okay.
it's never happened to any other cars.
So you said you had 3?
Oh yeah, and the other one was Darryl Collier. Now this is interesting. He brought his Buick into Rickenback because the air conditioner wasn't working. They charged him $2,200 to fix it, and it didn't work. He brought it back about 6 months later. They charged him $1,800 to fix it. So almost $4,000.
I remember that.
And I would try to get in touch with them, but in the meantime, he had made an arrangement with them. They gave him $500 back, and that was the end of it.
Was he satisfied with
He
that?
was satisfied with it.
Okay, yeah, $2,300 and then another $1,800, and so that's good. I'm going to make a note of that. So they refunded Rickenback
$500.
Okay, well that's good. I mean who knows? Did they ever figure out what was wrong with it?
Well, he said they finally fixed it, and it's working fine.
Okay, so they refunded $500 plus fixed it.
Right.
Okay.
So those are what I've been working on.
Got it. Thank you. I made notes. 303-713-8255.
So we got 3 decent results.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. I told this to Deputy Smarty Pants too. Don't use people's last names.
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
I know it's automatic. Just don't, because it's.
No, you're
I
right.
want to keep their privacy. Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
What's a car wash liable for? They have like a million disclaimers. Probably.
Well, they're for negligence, truly negligence.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
you
if
know,
it says.
I had a piece of trim come off my car.
But if
yeah,
it's-
but they wouldn't be liable
right.
for that unless there was something out of the ordinary. But the problem with that is that unless there's more than one car, you almost never get anything covered. Unless, of course, I mean, because if it happened, let's just say you were going through and that thing that comes down and blows the water off came down and hit your hood, it bounced up, right? And it was a fluke. Not a fluke, that's a bad word, but it just happened. And it didn't happen to anyone else. That would be covered because that shouldn't happen like that. They have guides. Okay, I love it. The best water heater deals anywhere. When I say that, I love it. You know why? Because you tune into this show to find out about great people. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, great people, water heaters. 40-gallon tanks fully replaced with the old one taken out, hauled away, new water supply line, new flex line for the gas, and it's all for $12.95. $12.95 or $12.99. And listen, if you want 50 gallons, it's $13.99. That's 303-668-6844. But here's the best part. If you want any size water heater or even a different type of water heater like the tankless water heater, they'll give you the best price guaranteed. Think about that. 303-668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Reverse loans right now are complicated because people are saying, I'm not going to get a reverse loan with interest rates the way they are. You know, here's the bottom line. Interest rates are really not a factor when it comes to a reverse loan if all you want to do is get an emergency line of credit. Let's say your house is paid for. If you did that, that interest rate works to your advantage because your home equity increases by that amount every year with your borrowing power, and they can never take that away once you accrue it. So you have an emergency line of credit, and you can never lose your home. And if you use it and it absolutely, your home depreciates over time, they still can't take your home. You're in it for life and never a deficiency. Find out more. EmpowerReverse.com. Also, people want to just pay off their loan and not have a payment. 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719. Okay.
Hey, Tom, are you going to the office? No. Oh, okay. Just bring back another Coke, thanks.
He does it all. He's a waiter. He's a barmaid.
Knows about horse station. Were you here yesterday, Doc?
Was that?
Were you here yesterday?
No. I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Did you listen to the show yesterday?
No. I have a bunch of guys. We play poker on Tuesdays. We have a game that goes from like 10 to 3.
Oh, wow.
And I have another game that goes on Mondays from 3 to 10. So I can still go to the show on Mondays.
Okay. That's a long
That's a lot of poker.
I was gonna say, yeah.
You gotta
Well,
be
you know,
patient
when-
if you're playing Hold'em, though.
When you, what?
You gotta be patient if you're playing Hold'em.
Well, we play one round of No Limit Hold'em and one round of Pot Limit Omaha. And we just alternate.
Wow.
That sounds like fun.
I'm gonna stay away from that game.
What's the buy-in?
500.
You got any
So
other
we have a
thoughts?
whole thing set up, real poker table and everything.
Wow.
Then you don't have to go to Blackhawk.
I do.
Rollers. That's a nice table.
Yeah.
Is that at somebody's house?
It's in my.
That's your.
Yeah, I just bought it. It took them. It was, let's say, 8 months or 9 months overdue, but I finally moved in February.
Okay.
So I have a main floor master and everything on the first floor, and upstairs I have a big loft and a second bedroom. So the loft we turned into a poker room.
Oh, cool.
Yes, I've been known to go up to Black Hawk occasionally.
Yeah. That place is dangerous.
What?
That place is dangerous.
No, it's not. Well,
Just like every casino.
Well, but
yeah.
it's like even more so because you feel like it's in between all the mountains.
No, but the poker room is great. They have their own
Poker
room.
rooms are nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do anything else. I don't. Anything else is gambling.
Yeah.
Poker is a game of skill.
What casino do you go to?
I go to the Monarch. It's the only one.
Yeah, that's an awesome casino.
Thank you, sir.
Today's a perfect gym day.
My friend runs one of their casinos. I can't remember which one.
It's a perfect gin day.
Gym day.
No, but
Jim. Oh, I thought you said gin like time to play Jim Rummy.
What gym do you go to?
I like Lifetime because they bought the club I was part of, and as a part of it, they upgraded it. They did a great job and gave us all memberships to any of them, which you can't do unless you join a certain level. But because we were with this gym for 30 years, and they took it over, they gave us. So when I go to Newport Beach and stuff, we have a place there. I can use any Lifetime anywhere.
Oh, very nice.
With that membership card. It's called Pearl or something. But mostly what I try to do, I'm not into I'm into fitness, but I'm not into trying to be a musclehead. I want to stop from atrophying, you know, because at my age you start atrophying, you know. Yeah. I mean, 2%, 3% a year you can lose just sitting. So I just want to stay at par and keep strength, you know. But I'm always freaking injuring myself. Even when I go, you know, I've had personal trainers who I check in with, but
Tom has got more doctors in business than anybody else.
it's easy to injure yourself. My God, there's so many things you can do that are stupid. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. K&H Home Solutions is in the house. KHWindows.com, 303-421-7100. You know, so when I came here like 43 years, let's see, 80. So how many years is that? Anyway, that's when I met him. They first, Henry owned it at the time, and Henry and his wife. And then they put a roof on my house at the time, back then. But that was the only roof they did for me back then, but what they mostly did, they did windows on my house that were the most stellar windows I've ever had, and they were so beautiful. And let me tell you why I did that. I did that. They made an exception for me, and they did it on my new build, but there was a reason for it. I insisted that I have vinyl windows, and Henry said, okay, we'll do it. And I'll tell you why. A previous house I owned, I had people come out to give me an estimate on refinishing the windows because they were wood on the inside, and I think they were clad on the outside. Anyway, so they gave me a bid, and I looked at it, and I went, oh, no, I don't want to replace the damn windows. I just want to refinish them. And they said, well, that's what that is. And I said, I could buy windows for this. I'm serious. So I made up my mind. I will never have wood on a window in my life again, ever. In fact, I know this sounds crazy, but the way I built the house and designed it back then, we even had a drywall wrap. I did not even have wood trim on the inside of the window. So they were vinyl, and they were beautiful. And I insisted, but you guys don't do new builds, do you? That's too bad. I mean, not that you have to. That's a very small part of it. But, and besides, you'll eventually do them anyway after they build and they get tired of the wood windows. So what are you mostly retrofitting nowadays on windows? What are you mostly retrofitting when you go out there for your replacements?
Mostly vinyl windows, but we do work with a fiberglass company as well.
No, what I meant was, what are you replacing?
Oh, what are we replacing? Wood windows is a big one.
Yeah,
there
people
was
get tired
tons
of
of wood windows put in the late 90s.
And
that
aluminum,
are
I'll bet, too, right?
Yeah, aluminum are the houses in the 50s and 60s that just never replaced those windows. So,
have you thought about picking up any other lines like clad or anything at all, or is vinyl your main bread and butter? Lee, what do you think? Yeah? You're the owner. You're the new owner.
Yeah, I am the new owner.
But you know what's great is you're a new owner, but it's a heritage that goes back 60 years.
Yeah, I like hearing you talk about, 43 years ago. And, I'm now the third owner, and that's really what interested me in looking into this company.
Of course.
Yeah.
Now, what about other products? What do you want to do in the future? I'm just asking as a teaser. Do you have any other? Do you want to expand, or do you just want to get bigger at what you do?
We're going to focus on what we do.
Okay.
I think that's important to, figure out what you do, and we do want to grow the company.
Yeah, but so window siding, doors, gutters, and roofs. But as far as other product lines, if you had to pick one, though, I would say you guys are naturally, and I say this to everyone. I say this to Fix It 24/7. I've even said it to Jay over there, Jay Brett's, insulation. But you know what people tell me about insulation? It's hard work, labor-intensive, and not much return. So you got to thank people who do insulation. It's a hard product to pick up, isn't it? Because there probably isn't the payback.
Yeah. It's something people don't see, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I like about the business, and there's other things that we could definitely bolt on. That's one of the cool things about what we do. You can go out and see it. A couple of days later, people get excited about it. I just had somebody come to our cabin to quote us on a deck and a pergola, and those are all fun projects that are we do exterior home remodeling. So we'll see what happens down the road.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Yep. I don't want to mention a company, but they used to be good, and now they suck. And they do patios and sunrooms, and they truly suck right now. And I actually represented them many years ago. But yeah, I would love for you guys to get into that, and it wouldn't be a big step beyond what you're doing. All right, so give us a call with any problem, question. But as I said, we've been slammed today, and some of the interesting topics. I mean, here's one that really bothered me, and that is we got a call from Anna and Peyton yesterday, and Peyton was 18 at the time. Anna's the wife. Peyton co-signed with his dad on an apartment, and his dad screwed him. His dad left a big, giant bill. He co-signed to help his dad. This kid's 18 when he does it. So now I think it was in 14, so how many years later, right? 6, 7, 8. So he's almost 9 years later. He gets a judgment against him that was filed in 2018. He finds out about a judgment for $11,000 for what his dad left behind. He's got to deal with a judgment. And we talked about bankruptcy. We talked about other things. Don't ever co-sign for anyone you don't want to pay it off for. That's bottom line. You know, that word co-sign makes it almost sound a little safer than signing. But make no mistake, you are signing for it. There's another thing you need to know. Whenever you sign for something, you're on the hook for the collateral. Now, in a case like an apartment, there's a security deposit, which doesn't add up to the collateral needed. So don't ever do that. But on a car, I've seen grandparents sign for their kids, grandkids. I've seen uncles sign for nieces and nephews. Here's the bottom line. If you're going to be in control of the debt, be in control of the collateral. Never let them own it alone. And then also be on the mailing list for any kind of notices. So if there is a late payment or if there is an insurance problem, you're notified along with the person you co-sign. Now, of course, obviously, it's better not to co-sign at all. But there are some people that are just too kind and they end up doing it anyway. 303-713-8255. Doc, I'm going to be here tomorrow, too. I'm going to be here tomorrow.
You will be here?
Yeah, because I got the whole car, folks.
Kevin and Jeff both be here?
Yeah, somebody else maybe. But here's the deal. There's room for you, but I'm just saying that there's
I'll
no way
here.
I can leave them all alone.
Oh, no, I figured that you'd be here on Friday.
Yeah, there's a ton of them in the works, for sure.
Besides, I missed out on pizza
seems like we
last
had a
week.
bunch in a few days, and then like some low fruit, and then we kind of hit a little stagnation there. Really?
It's so unusual to get this kind of rain, isn't it?
Feel bad today is the CU graduation in the stadium. You know, so not a very nice day for
crazy.
that.
And it's so unusual.
Yeah.
But why is it stuck on 208? It's been on 208 for like a week.
I love Fix It 24/7 for all of the home services, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, plumbing as well. I like the $39 philosophy. In fact, their number has 39 in it for this reason. For $39, you get an expert to your home, licensed, bonded, insured, background checked, and, by the way, skilled. And they find any problem with plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, no matter how long it takes them. Then they present you with a contract on fixing it, price up front, and a 100% guarantee. Here's the deal. If you decide to have the work done, you don't even pay the $39. But the $39 is all you have at risk. FixMyHome.com, a very simple way of doing business and a very predictable way. I have them at my house all the time. And it's FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. The Art of Granite. What I like about the Art of Granite is how they will do your granite countertops, and before you even have it done, they're going to come out, or not come out, they're going to tell you on the phone what it will cost based on your measurements. Maybe they want a pick or two, but here's the bottom line. They're proud of their deals. They tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done, and they do all countertop materials, even though the name says the Art of Granite. It should say the Art of Doing It Right, and you get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. Wholesale on all countertop material, 303-386-5919. All right, when you have a loss in your home, you absolutely, positively should always consult a public adjuster if it goes beyond one item. Like if you call them out for your roof and there might be some siding and windows involved, there might be some insulation involved, or if you have a flood, if you have any kind of a problem. You know what public adjusters do? They work for you and they fight the insurance adjusters to get you a fair settlement, because here is a fact. Your insurance company will never offer you the right amount of money out of the gate, ever. It is a line item to adjust you downward. In fact, why do they call them adjusters? They never adjust it up, do they? They should be called reducers. And what Paragon Services does is works for you. 719-726-0020. That is ParagonServices.com. It is a heavy spot day, brothers. God. For more information, the Harris Law Firm, stability, knowledge, guidance, and strong representation. HarrisFamilyLaw.com.
If you suffer from burning, tingling, or numb feet, pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Anderson, D.C.
Hey, Doc, this is a chiropractor talking about neuropathy. In my opinion,
They shouldn't be doing it.
because he's not talking about chiropractic adjustments.
Right. No,
He
that's
does
been,
everything but.
that's been my beef about certain chiropractors, that they go out of their field just to try and increase an income stream.
They're the
Seems
ones
like
that-
every, like dentists are doing that. They're doing like Botox and all this
Oh,
stuff.
fucking dentists.
Right?
Yeah. In this state, dentists can be licensed to do plastic surgery, which is scary.
Is that right?
That is right.
Wow.
That is right in this state.
Well, I mean, when I had some implants done, I went to an MD, DMD.
And so did I.
Yeah.
They're
Guy was terrific.
They're called.
He was an oral surgeon,
Yeah. But
but he was an MD.
all right. But in this state, they can take fucking bones out of your hip
Yeah.
and put them in your jaw and rebuild your jaw and your face. Oral maxillofacial surgeons do not need anything more than a DDS.
Right.
But
Well-
they still have to do the boards. They still have to go out and, well, there's no actual board requirement, but they still, if you're worth your weight, you go on and you do an internship with real surgery and all that.
I mean, I could have practiced any kind of medicine,
That's right.
but the problem is
Insurance.
insurance. That I would not be able to get insurance,
Right.
but I mean, I could technically practice any kind
Like
of medicine.
plastic surgery, a lot of ENTs move into plastic surgery. The thing that bothers me, though, in this state is not that there aren't good oral maxillofacial surgeons, but they can be called in for plastic surgery. They can be called in for a guy that runs his face through a windshield in a car accident, breaks his jaw and his face, and they're doing real surgery, and they're dentists. Now, like I said, they probably did fellowships with surgeons, right? But
Well,
Doc,
you would
that
hope
just-
so.
Oh, of course they. But it just it's one of the. There's only a few states where you can do that as a dentist. You can do plastic surgery. You can do, like he said, Botox and all that shit. And well, at least said that, I guess. And then there's one thing that you don't hear of anymore. You used to hear about it all the time, was sleep dentistry. There were a lot of lawsuits associated with mouth appliances for snoring and sleep apnea. And I guess what it did was realign people's jaws. You don't hear shit advertised anymore for that. You used to hear it all the time about sleep appliances for apnea or for snoring. Do you remember that guy that would do Zipa? He
Right.
would do a commercial. You never hear it. Never. Because those appliances apparently had a negative effect on people's jaws and their joints. I think there were a lot of lawsuits. I'm Tom Martino. Let's talk to Sally now. Sally, welcome to the show. What's going on?
Okay, I'm in a townhouse, and running along the length of my house, just about 12 feet away, is a concrete little trough to direct water away into to go further on down the line.
Are you talking about a concrete, like gutter-looking thing, a wide concrete thing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, got it. Uh-huh.
Yes, and it is plugged up, evidently, and it's filling up with water pretty fast now. There's about 8 inches of water in it. My townhouse is, can't shoot it great. I don't know.
Okay, well,
But
no, here's
it's
what I
not-
want to ask you.
not
When you
deep.
say
I
it's
think it's
clogged, is it
probably-
clogged where you can see it? It's an open culvert or like a half pipe or a quarter pipe, but what can you see the debris causing it to overflow?
No, because the concrete, it runs about 80 feet, the length of my townhouse, and then it goes underground,
Okay.
under a sidewalk, and into a deeper gully.
Got it,
to go
got
then
it.
Out on,
So let me ask you this:
uh,
the management there, do you own or do you rent?
I own, and I called an hour or so ago to our management company and left a message regarding that the water was rising pretty quickly. I haven't heard back. And I would assume it's their responsibility to maybe get someone out here. Now I'm thinking I want to take matters into my own hands.
Well,
and
you're not allowed to on
go
common
by-
area. You're not allowed to on common area. You have to go through them. When you say take matter into your own hands, you mean hire someone to clean it up?
No, I was just gonna. I've been Googling here for about an hour, like a water pump.
Oh, you want to
And-
protect
and
your
yet-
property. Is water backing
Yeah.
up? Is water backing up into your basement or into your unit?
No, but we're supposed to get another 24 hours of rain, and it will not last another 6 hours. I know.
Okay, I understand. You want to know about a water pump. They're called submersibles, some of them. Some of them are surface pumps. Sally, if you can have some patience to hold on, I'm sorry you waited, and I will come back to you and go over your options. She is afraid of flooding.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it. Do you Twitter? Follow the Troubleshooter. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter. Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you. Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, Ida Limbo-Beck. Border communities have reported increases in the number of migrants crossing the southern border ahead of Title 42 expiring tonight. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says this does not meet the border open.
Any winter-long I got rescheduled to the day we're going to be in New York.
They will be presumed ineligible for asylum.
Too thrilled about that, but what are you going to do?
For
My sister-in-law's wedding.
including a minimum
Flower
5-year
girls in
ban
the
on
wedding, so
reentry
they'll have a blast.
and criminal prosecution.
Border communities have called for more
Is that up north?
from the federal government.
That's
The
in Long
EPA
Island.
is regulating greenhouse gas emissions from
How do you feel
currently
about,
unregulated power plants. New rules will apply to some, but
apartment
not
buildings?
all existing
So
natural
the
gas
one
plants,
that
future
is in
plants,
question,
and all that burns
I've been
coal.
working on
These
for like
challenges
2.5
are
years.
expected. National
16
Security
units.
Advisor Jake Sullivan met with
We can get
Chinese
to all the
Internet
windows
in Vienna.
because
This
there's
is ABC
staircases.
News. More than 2
And
decades
like
after
areas for the
American
guys to
teenager
stand.
Natalie Holloway
The thing
disappeared
that
near the
Ted
Chattanooga,
wanted me to do back in
U.S.
the day
and
was get
Peruvian
one
officials
contract through the
announced
HOA
that the two main
and then
suspects
get
for the
addendums
banditry
for each
will
one of
be
the owners,
extradited to the U.S. Paul
which I
Collins recalling
kind of told
millions
them
of
that I
his
could do
exercise
that, but
bikes
it's
due to fallen injury hazards.
involving.
So it's like a
3
condo?
million Peloton exercise bikes.
Yeah, it's kind of like a condo. I guess some more condos in apartment buildings. So installing the windows, no problem. It's just more the contract. The HOA is going to pay for it.
Causing riders to fall and get hurt. The recall impacts
And I
bikes
think
sold from
Ted's
January
concern
2018
was
till now.
services down the road.
There are 35 reports of speed post
Directly with the HOA, or do we deal with each individual homeowner?
Consumers are advised to immediately stop using their
And he
Peloton.
contacted me the other day to say, hey, I know I've been talking to you for 2.5 years, but we're really ready to move forward with this. So I got to reprice it for him.
We could try it. I mean, it's the warranty is what it is.
Right.
It doesn't matter who it goes to.
Right. That's what I figured.
It's the 3-year.
And again, that's that whole thing of Ted, being overly cautious and not taking any risk.
That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that.
An agent
I wonder
offered
how
a 10-year,
how
$500,000
much he
policy
consulted with his
for nearly
attorney.
$50
And
a month.
attorneys are
Then
paid
we called
everything.
SelectQuote.
That's what you pay them to do it.
SelectQuote found
I
us
think probably
identical coverage
consulted him quite
for
a bit.
only $19 a month. A
Yeah.
savings of
What kind of windows?
$359 a year.
Whether you need a
Soft like Harrington.
$500,000 policy or a $5 million policy.
I need to revisit it with John just to make sure the logistics are good, but to get a contract and then have to write 16 addendums to the contract for every homeowner seems a little
over the top.
I mean, I wonder what the concern would be with the service. Like, it's a limited time warranty, right?
Yeah.
That we would be
Lifetime
responsible
limited.
for.
Yeah. And for us, it's just the labor.
The labor for 3 years,
Right.
and after that.
I think he was concerned the HOA changing, but it's not like an internal HOA, so it's not like one of these big organizations.
We could try it. I mean. That's funny. Steven was asking me about that yesterday. Remember you asking how come we don't go through that and do the whole place? That's what he was just saying.
I got one that I've been working on for 2.5 years. I'm gonna say finally ready to move forward, but technically you get 16 for the contract for every homeowner. And I'm like,
So you do the whole.
champion the side and then heated champion. So we're doing the whole front. Which is like 3 doors of each unit for 16 units. So it's gonna go through the HOA with a paint for it.
What's that? Something about the cameras. One thing that was work with the
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Wet road conditions make the slow driving traffic down Route Metro, I-25 northbound, we're looking at speeds in the 40s and 50s.
Usually there are routes. That does make sense, so they all match. And wonder if they're doing an assessment. Everybody's chipping in, or do they already have it?
That's what they're talking about right now, is whether to do a 50% assessment
Or take it out of the accrual that they ask for.
And the reason he didn't do it 2 years ago is they had something come up as an emergency that they had to like fix right away.
Rain for the rest of the week as well. We're looking at low 45.
Kind of a small
Temperature
condo.
48 degrees with no impact
Yeah, it's
traffic
not
on
big.
the month.
Yeah, I think 16 units.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, even when every move
Champion, I was
matters.
Steven Champion
Visit
did the side of the house, the complex,
bankofamerica.com/banking for
and
business
they
to
had
learn
bad
more.
experience with that.
Bank of America, NA. Copyright 2023.
This is Dan Kappas. Many big problems in Colorado can be traced
You know what I
back
talked
to
to
the lack
Madison
of
about
respect for
this,
the inherent
sending
dignity
invoices
and
out,
value of human life.
Already
That lack
had
of respect for human
1 or
life
2
is also
conversations with
behind
Mari
the
about it.
explosion of reckless
Just so
driving
he
on
can
our
teach
roads.
her,
Our
hey, you need to
firm
look
makes
to
these
see if the
reckless
credit card's
drivers
in
and
there
their
before
insurance
we
companies pay
send out
full
invoices.
prepaid
Is
collections
that for a down payment or?
basis. If you need our help, give me a
I'll
call.
go there. I'm gonna go there after, so I can ask her.
5551 or hit dancaplaslaw.com. Don't let depression, anxiety, trauma, or addiction take your future from
I mean,
you.
I wonder
At
what the
Corral
trigger
Lewis,
is.
their dedicated team of
It's causing them to
professionals
do that.
understand that where you've been
I think she's just trying to
think of where you're going.
be responsive when a contract comes in and send it out right away, but she just has to do step 1 before she does step 2.
Or if it's notated that nothing to do at this time.
Okay.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how that works on the back end, but
yeah.
I mean, it's a new payment system to you.
What's that?
So I'm checking it.
Golf, boat.
No, I golf poorly. That's what you mean. So I'm not an avid golfer. I like getting out, but I don't do it much. I like cycling and hiking, and I like. Yeah, I used to love camping and stuff. I just cut back on what I like cycling a lot. I have an e-bike, but it's not a freewheeling one. It's one that gives you assist. The thing I love about it, I actually get out more with that than I ever did before, because no matter what, I can go longer, and I never have to worry about getting too tired, ever. Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Whether you're looking to buy or sell, Frank Duran can help you. He'll do a free analysis of what you can buy, a free analysis of how much you'll get if you sell, and it's based on your particular circumstances, your home, your neighborhood. It's not generic, it's extensive, and it's free, and there's no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Let's talk. Sally says there's some flooding near her townhome, or water backup on a culvert, or on a it's a drain, and it's plugged up. It's a concrete trough, and she wants to do some proactive prevention just in case it gets so deep that It backs up into her place. Are you on I take it you're on the ground floor, right, Sally?
Well, it's a townhouse. It's a 2-story home, but I own
I
own the
understand.
whole thing.
But are you? I get it. But where it's backing up the water, do you have windows or basement windows or anything near there?
I do not have a basement. I'm on a slab.
Okay.
But going towards my house from this
Is there
culvert,
any
there's a
sloping away from
sidewalk.
your? Does the landscaping slope away from your house?
Yeah, it does slope, but I'm not much higher than the culvert.
I get it. Okay, there are pumps you can get that you can lay on the ground that when water comes up over them, it would trigger them to spit the water back out. Where would you drain the water?
Oddly enough, at the street, just in front of my place,
Okay,
there's a
the storm drain.
huge
Yeah. Now,
storm
I just
drain.
want to warn you, some covenants do not allow people to do that because they don't want you diverting drainage. Now, obviously, you have an argument that they're not doing their job. Why aren't they fixing the trough? That's your main deal. Why are they not fixing it?
Well, they don't know about it. I left a voice
So
hour and a half ago, but I haven't
Okay.
heard anything.
Well, you need to complain to them. They need to fix this. Are you the only townhome near this, or are there other townhomes that could be flooded?
I'm really the only one that would be involved.
All right, here's what I'd like to
unless
do. Hey, Kachina Kalori, let's have Deputy Dollar call over to the HOA and put them on notice that this woman's going to be holding them responsible if they don't fix it. Let's just do that. Sometimes that's enough to help. 303-713-TALK. Heather, your turn. What's going on, Heather?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's happening?
So I'm trying to track down somebody who left state and has some of my possessions. It was a business transaction. I was trying to get some very special items framed, and I had used them many times when they had their shop in Belmar, but now they're not responding.
So you
and I
brought
think
stuff
number's gone.
you brought stuff to the shop and they closed up and went away?
Yes.
Oh.
Mhm.
What kind of stuff
Yeah.
did you have at the shop?
So it was all pictures, like autographs and stuff. They did many over the course of a year or so. But the last one, and this was a few years ago, it was in 2020.
Wait, is 2020 the one you're talking about right now?
Yes.
What makes you think these people packed up all the stuff people left there and took it with them?
Because I stayed in touch with him via text, which I kept the text. And he called me, but he was put it into storage, he said, and he said he would reach back out to me to get it, but now I can't reach him at all.
All right. Okay, I get it. But it's likely he's lying and that he doesn't have any clue where your stuff is and that he just basically skipped out of town. I mean, that's very likely. But let's say on
possible, but I hope not.
Yeah, no, but let's say on the off chance you just want to talk to him anyway. So you had text. So is his number disconnected?
Last time I tried to call or text, it said it was, but I'm happy to share, like I said, screenshots and give you the number. He was a nice guy, and he did own a shop.
What was the name? What was the name of his shop?
Four Walls Framing.
Where was it located?
In Belmar. I think it was on Alaska.
Okay. And did you talk to neighbors there?
I talked to a tea shop. Yes, a couple months after it happened, and they had told me there was some falling out situation. And
do you know if he's in the Denver area or did he leave?
No, he's out of the state. He told me he went to, I don't know if it was Kansas or Oklahoma or something.
It's going to be way expensive to have this done by a private detective. I mean, it's
going to be very expensive. Yes.
But it's worth it to you.
He's got 4 or 5 specific things that I want. I met Val Kilmer at Comic-Con, and they were signed.
Okay.
They were.
So tell me how much. No, I'm serious. We can refer you to a private detective, but I mean, this could be an exercise in futility because they're going to do the work and may not be able to find him. There's no guarantees with this. I mean, how much are you willing to spend? No, I'm serious. How much are you willing to spend?
I don't know, $500.
Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere with that.
It's
Now,
mostly my fault,
for $500, they
and
might be able to do an online search for you, pretty extensive with their software. You have No, 500 might be, but they may not find anything. And then even if they do, then you have to contact the guy and try to figure out how to get him to fess up where the stuff is. What about this? Do you have his date of birth and his full legal name? Well, see, this is going to be okay. You know what, Heather? I don't waste your money, Heather. I mean, I don't, unless you do some legwork here. You don't have his date of birth. You don't have anything about him, a license plate, anything, a car he drove. You have that cell phone number. Do you know who the carrier was with his cell phone?
No.
God.
No, I don't.
Other than the picture with Val Kilmer, what else do you have?
There were several. He had all of the Val Kilmer ones on this last transaction, which was 3 or 4 at least.
And that's the main stuff you're looking for, the Val Kilmer stuff?
Yes.
Damn, that's too bad. That really, and you've never heard from him since he left.
The last conversation we had was on, hold on, I'm looking.
Gosh.
January 14th, Tuesday, January 14th, he said, I will call you. Oh, no, excuse me, February 14th.
When you call the number, what happens? What happens when you call the number?
The last time I called it, it said that it's no longer in service, but I haven't tried. My only reason for doing this is because Deputy Smarty had posted on Nextdoor, and I decided to do it.
No, I understand that. And I'm not telling you this is, well, it damn near is impossible. There are some situations that are close to impossible, and I know we have private detectives, but you're going to waste your money. If you don't have a full legal name or a date of birth, I'm not sure with a cell phone number if they can do that. We can check. Hey, Kachina, let's just check on what the bare minimum is they need to do an online search. And by the way, online is all you can afford at this point. I mean, if they start searching other cities and stuff, it's never going to be worth it. Dale, you have a question about cataract surgery. Go ahead. What's your question, Dale?
Well, my eye doctor tells me I should get cataract surgery. I'm going in next week to talk to a specialist. I remember you talking about it a little while back. I wondered if you had any advice for me.
Yeah, I get this often. I had cataract surgery not because I had cataracts. I simply wanted new lenses. Why? Because my lenses were worn out, not worn out. They were presbyopia, which is normal aging of the eyes. As you get older, it's harder to focus your lens so you can see far away, sometimes medium, but up close you got to squint or you can't see without readers. I wanted to get new lenses, and I saw no reason why you couldn't just replace your lenses. I mean, people do it all the time with cataracts. It's called a clear lens exchange, and I wasn't the one that invented it. They were doing it at Icon. And the only difference is this, okay? If you're having cataract surgery, you have a choice. They probably told you. Do you want the lenses to see near or to see far? Most people choose medium to far and then use readers up close. You can, however, get new lenses that focus near, medium, and far where you don't need glasses. Okay? So those lenses are what I got. They were focusable lenses. That's what I call them. And the way they work is remarkable, but your eyes can see clear, close, medium, and far, and focus, so you don't have to choose near or far. But when you go on for cataract surgery, if it's going to be covered by Medicare or health insurance, they're only going to pay for fixed lenses. So you're going to have to pay the extra cost for the Symphony or crystallines or whatever one you use. Okay? So what you do is tell your eye doctor, your ophthalmologist, that you want focusable lenses. You don't want to choose near and far. And then how much is that going to cost above and beyond normal cataract surgery? And then you can make arrangements to pay the extra cost. That's how it works.
Are those they can't be done over again? Like, what if eyes change in 5 years?
Change what?
My vision changes,
your vision won't change
over time.
Your vision won't change. The reason your vision changes is because of your lens and your muscles. But you have to use your muscles to focus. With a focusable lens, they're concentric rings. They're not dependent on your muscles. Listen, I don't want to get into the technology of it, but I never need glasses again. People might ask, why do I have these? Because I wear these now and then. I can see down to such a small degree, it's ridiculous. And I use these to relieve when I have to see something even smaller than that. But believe me, 98% of the time, I need no glasses whatsoever. But once in a while, I have something else, though, going on, which is dry eyes. And dry eyes, people don't understand this, but moisture helps your eyes focus. In fact, you may have blinked sometimes, and as your eyes become more moist, they will focus better. And once in a while, I have such dry eyes in the morning, I wear these. But the bottom line is I can focus and see near, medium, and far. I would call Icon Eye Care. Icon is the one that actually not invented, but kind of pioneered this. 303-713-8255. Did you ever have cataracts, Doc?
No. I just have my infinity glasses, which are fine.
How do you see without them?
Terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like when I go to my pilot's test, I never have to wear lenses. I mean, I passed the test.
Well, that's great. Well, if you have those, artificial lenses, you shouldn't have to wear glasses. That's the whole point of getting them, right?
Mm-hmm. I want to talk to Joe Chiano. Is he on line 6 now today? Let's bring him up here. Okay, Joe, I want to talk about this upcoming event we're having in the Tech Center on the 25th of May. By the way, what time will that be in the evening, Joe?
This will be at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, and we're going to talk about, people say, are we going to talk about what? And I say, if it has to do with finances and growing older, it's going to be discussed. Talk about that.
Yes, Tom, I'm really excited about the number of people that have actually called and that they're really are hungry. I guess that's the best way to put it, hungry for knowledge. They want to talk about long-term care. That's the biggest risk facing, baby boomers today. It's the biggest risk, and it's expensive. They also want to talk about Medicare, how to navigate to the Medicare. Do you have the right supplement?
Right.
They want to talk about reverse mortgages. I mean, this is a way that they can use their equity in their home to help them retire. I mean, most people don't know that.
Right.
And how to get a mortgage, even though the rates are high. And we, Tom, are going to be talking about the products that you are fully endorsing, which is the annuity that we have to move people from the risk of the stock market into safety. They get a 15% bonus. They get a guaranteed income for life, and they have additional benefits that there's no other annuity.
And Joe, let's clarify. Let's clarify on annuities. Not all annuities are created equally. We're talking about fixed index annuities with an income rider.
That is right. And there's some good annuities, Tom, and there's some bad annuities.
Right. These are low fee annuities, fixed index, and by the way, you get guarantees in writing never to lose a dime. You don't lose anything of principal or money you've made. And that is becomethebanker.org is the website to sign up. I'm going to give you the number, 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919. Now, let's talk about EuroPlumbingColorado.net. I can't emphasize this enough. The best deals in water heaters anywhere, whether it's a 40-gallon, a 50-gallon, a 100-gallon, or it's a tankless water heater. The best deals. They guarantee the best deals, the lowest price. And here's the deal. They're not just generic brands. They're A.O. Smith or Rheem. They're guaranteed for 6 years. You also have a 40-gallon tank. Let me give you an example. $12.99 fully installed. That's the old one taken out and hauled away, and that's new supply lines for water and gas. Bottom line is this, 50-gallon, $13.99. Whatever one you want, you'll get, and you'll get a better price from EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. By the way, they also do repiping. Still great prices, great products, 303-668-6844. Paragon Services. You hear me talk about public adjusting all the time. Why? Because public adjusters are the bomb when it comes to sticking up for your rights. When it comes to a homeowner's claim, never leave it to your insurance company or your insurance adjuster to do it right and to give you a fair price. If you have multiple losses in a home from any kind of loss, fire, flood, hail, wind, storms, call Matt at Paragon Services to see what he can do for you. He'll be honest. If it's a simple claim, you don't need him, he'll tell you. But if you hire him, he'll get you way more than you normally would. 719-726-0020. 719-726-0020.
Well, folks, Mr. Dan Shapiro. Yeah, what's better than all of that? Taking advantage of our financing special. 18 months guarantee, or spread it out over a longer time. You can finally get them done now with a first credit deal. Call us for the details and set up your own rock-solid quote. Kitchen, bath, counter, floors. If you replace the lid of the doors, you have on board with Future Well, you're done that. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drsi.com.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Keep the umbrella with you all day for Thursday. We're looking at off-and-on showers and thunderstorms throughout the day today. We're not looking at a concern for severe weather, but rather flooding, highs in the 50s. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team Meteorologist Kylie.
Kickstart your imagination with Audible. Here's celebrity and music memoirs, mystery, true crime, and more. Audible is a home of storytelling.
Now, did I leave that cataract? I answered that cataract guy, right? Yeah. I answered him.
Fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. By the way, we have Chris who wants to talk about reverse loans. Go ahead, Chris. What is your question?
Hi, Tom. The question I have for you is my mom passed away last month, and she had a reverse mortgage on her house. And the reason why I mention that is because I went ahead and I paid the homeowner's insurance and the property taxes for the entire year. So the question that I have is, if something were to happen to the house between now and the time I sell it, which I expect will be next month, would the insurance deny the claim because she passed away, or is there something I need to do with insurance?
You know, that's a really good question. I don't think they'll deny it, but she passed away right after you paid it. Like, how much do you have left on the policy?
I want to say the policy is good probably through January of next year.
Hey, Kachina, can we get Compass on real quick? This is a really good question. Hold on, Chris. We'll come right back to you on that. I think that's a good question. Warren, what's going on, Warren?
Yeah, hi, Tom.
Hey.
Just curious. I'm a new homeowner. I bought my home in 2022, right when the interest rates are at 3%.
Yeah.
And they're talking about property taxes and how it relates to the Tabor. I don't get what all that means.
All right. By the way, I posted a post on YouTube and on Instagram and on Instagram and YouTube and LinkedIn about it. And its bottom line is this, okay? What happened was they took away the Gallagher Amendment, which allowed appraisers to assess your home in a different way. They never were allowed to do before. They had to make a long story short, I don't want to complicate things, there was a formula they had to do, and then there was an aggregate number they came up with on residential versus commercial, and it kept homeowners' insurance from going crazy, assessments from going crazy. The government lied to us, basically, just out and out lied. Polis and his whole team, they lied saying we don't need the Gallagher Amendment, and people voted it out. I don't know why, but they did. So that was repealed. So we got exactly what we voted for, no control over assessments. Now, here's why they're doing it this way. With the Tabor Amendment, they would have to give the vote to the people for a new tax. And whenever they have done that, people have usually turned it down. So to ask people for an additional tax is usually a no. So, and then Tabor also said, if you do collect taxes and you collect too much, you have to give the surplus back. And that's another place that Polis lied to us and said he was refunding this money. And he wasn't doing it. Tabor was refunding it. So here is what I'm telling you. Property taxes are not covered under Tabor. That means that all the other taxes are counted, and if the surplus is there, they got to refund the money. But if property taxes are counted and they have money left over, there is no requirement to refund a surplus. So that's why they switched from trying to get people. They switched from trying to get people to do new taxes, and instead tricked them into repealing the Gallagher Amendment, because then they knew they'd get more money in property taxes. Once they got more money in property taxes, they can keep that money. They don't have to give it back. So how do they get more money in property tax? By assessing your property. Now, here's the deal. Am I saying those assessments are unfair? Not really. Not really. If you look at the assessed value of your property, it's pretty close to market or a little less. Okay? Now, we're truly not over-assessed, but we're over-assessed compared to what we used to be. So it is a huge increase. The worst part about this, Warren, is not that we're getting assessed at near market value. The worst thing is our government lied to us. But here is Colorado. Colorado wanted, in every election, they wanted a lopsided election. They wanted what they got. And now they're going to live with the consequences. This state does not want a balanced government. It wants a lopsided government. It wants a liberal progressive government. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm saying that's what the voters, that's the edict. That's what they wanted. Republicans hardly won. Well, no, it's 69. If you take both houses, if you take the legislature in general, which is the representatives and the senators, it is 69 to 31. 69 Democrats. I'm not saying it's wrong. Well, here's what I'm saying. I believe in balance. I believe in disagreement. I believe in a two-party system. I do. I don't believe in one-party system. That's what we have here. No, Republicans can't win here. This is solidly what I laughingly call California. It's California. And when these states do this, they have to live by the consequences. Look at California right now. Look at their property tax. Look at their crime. Look at their roads. Look at everything about California. People are moving out in record numbers. The same thing's going to happen to Colorado. In fact, it has been happening. People have been moving out more recently, going to other states. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think you run away from problems. I think what you have to do is be reasonable. And I think voters should want, even if you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat, you should not want a one-sided government. You should vote on purpose to balance out your lawmakers. You should vote on purpose to balance power. You will never, ever have any good come from a lopsided government, no matter what side it's on. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance Group, a quick question.
Yeah.
Chris's mom passed away. He had paid her taxes for the year. So they're done till the end of December, okay?
Yep.
But now she's dead. He is selling the property. What happens if the house burns down or has a claim, hail damage or whatever, between now and December before he sells it?
And I'm assuming he's the beneficiary?
I don't actually know that. Let me ask him that. Beneficiary of what, Chris? I mean, of what, Brian?
Who owns the house now? Is it still in probate? Did it get left?
Yeah, okay, good. Chris, who owns the house?
It's in probate, and we're expecting that to come back next week. I am the sole heir. It's been willed to me.
Okay, so if it's willed to him, once he takes ownership, doesn't he then have to change the insurance?
He does. Here's what I would tell him to do specifically because he. And are you planning? I'm sorry. Did you say he's selling it?
He's selling it. Yes, he's selling it.
Yeah. Okay. It's because trying to write a new policy on a home that's for sale is not the easiest thing to do. Insurance companies don't like to do it. So, what I've done for clients in the past in this kind of situation is I would add him onto his mom's policy. He is then has the same rights as her on the policy. I'd put him as a second named insured, and just get him through the sale process. If anything happens, he's an insured on the policy, so that you still have the coverage.
Who is the underwriter of your? Who is the policy with?
It's with Safeco through Compass.
Oh, then they
perfect.
can do that for you then.
Yes, call us and we'll get you added on as a second named insured.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a better way to do it. Thank you, Brian. I had no idea. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com or 303-996-9000, home of the free insurance checkup. Are you leaving?
Yep.
See you, man.
Appreciate it. Next time I want to get on the mic.
Okay. You're welcome.
Do a little rapping.
Well, you're welcome to answer the phone, too, because not only do we have you here, but we also have random calls when people have questions.
Okay.
I mean, whoever you guys want to talk, will talk.
What's random about horses, Val Kilmer, Comic-Con?
We have random, but we'll get calls sometimes about siding. My siding's doing this, is that normal? Or, I need windows, what's better? Or can somebody take a look at these windows that were just put in? That's where you guys get real credibility, is when you start inspecting other people's work. And I don't ask you to say anything except objectively what the job looks like, and then I go after the other company. I don't put you in that position.
Sure.
But you guys act as my experts, just like my solar people go out and look at solar. That is a really good thing to be as an advocate. All right, I love talking about free information. Free information is important, especially when it comes to family law. And you get that from Harris Family Law because they have so many webinars that they do. They do them on Wednesdays, by the way. So there was a new one last night. And whenever they do one, they archive it so you can find them all, including upcoming, at harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. It's free information. And then, of course, if you ever need a family law attorney, they can do any part of a divorce or all of it. It's called unbundled services. And you can trust harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. You can give them a call, 303-515-5000. The art of granite is the art of countertops. Granite's the name, but they do all countertop materials, including the new beautiful quartz everyone loves. They do engineered stone. They do natural stone, any man-made material, and they'll give you a price on the phone. And people say, how can they do that? It's easy. They sell you the materials for the countertop at wholesale. They know they're going to tear out and haul it away free. They know they're going to do a bathroom vanity. They're going to throw that in free when you do the kitchen. So what they need is some square footage, and they fabricate and install it so they will know what that's going to cost and give you a price on the phone, and they're proud of it. See, because they know you're going to compare. And they're proud of their prices. No one else is doing this. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Well, guys, we need to, and Ted and I were talking about this, and we're going to do this. We need to, on your ads, specials are wonderful, but we really need to hit the longevity, the heritage, all of that.
Yeah, we know.
And then the specials come and go, but the heritage is what we have to hit. There's no one else in town. There's no one. Everyone's sold or moved on. This
we were just talking
you're
about
the
that
only
yesterday.
ones,
Yep.
and you got to
That's
really.
it. That's the
when you have something
differentiator.
unique, you got to hit the shit out of it. So I'm not saying don't do specials, but let me do a special if you want. But let me have time to talk about who you are. Because if the truth be known, people can get James Hardy elsewhere, and Diamond Coat, and Provia.
Yeah,
I mean,
everything.
you know, we had Dunray talking about that. He's a good guy, but they don't come close to you guys.
Yeah, we sell more doors than anyone other than Renewal.
How's Terry doing? How's Ted doing? Do you know?
He's doing great. Yeah.
Well, he's only been retired for what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, he's getting his RV all tuned up. He's got some trips, RV trips planned.
Spending more time with the grandkids.
Spending time, yeah. Doing what you're supposed to do.
You know, you got to be able to do something when you're
Have you
retired.
ever met Bernie?
No.
You didn't?
No. Heard a lot about Bernie.
How about Berenson? Did he leave?
Scott Sanson, he just recently.
You retired, yeah.
He's moving to Panama.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you pick that?
The country.
How do you pick that?
Is he married?
Yes.
I don't like
the reason I ask is,
I don't like a country where people with guns can come in and take you
oh,
out.
Panama is perfectly safe.
Is
It's one
it?
of, oh yeah, it's one of the safest countries, if not the safest in Central America.
What about Costa Rica?
Costa Rica also. If you're
No, there's
if you're on the west coast of Costa Rica.
Costa Rica has a giant expat community.
Yeah, on the west side. It's a little less. It's a little more risky on the Gulf side, but the Pacific side, lots of
I have a friend who
expats.
bought a lot there once.
Yeah.
There. But they have American communities, literally. Just
Oh, yeah.
Of Americans, and then around there, stores have propped up to serve Americans. And
I'll tell you, when I was
I
there,
know people that went to Puerto Rico for the same reason. They say your money goes a shit long farther.
I think that's why Scott decided to do it, and he's selling everything. Just sold his house, sold all his toys. I mean, everything. He's going down there with what, one storage unit, I think. One
Does
container?
he? Did he go out ahead of time and scout it?
Yeah, several
Okay.
times.
I think they visited a lot of different countries.
Yeah.
Decided on that one.
So, but a lot of people stayed, right?
Yeah, just those two. Everybody else was there.
Oh.
Yeah, everybody's there. So I was always in sales, so I'm just taking the sales reps. That's what Scott did. He was the sales manager, so that makes sense for me to do that. And then, yeah, it's been good.
I was amazed when I drove from. Well, I'm trying to remember what the capital was. It's in Costa Rica, and we drove west to the Pacific side. Even in small towns, everybody spoke English. It was amazing. Probably 90% of the population is bilingual.
So, would you live there? Would you feel safe?
No, no, I would feel safe, but I don't want to live. I don't want to live outside the U.S. I mean, I like living here.
Hi, Tom Martino. Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So K&H Home Solutions with us right now. Jordan Jackson from Security Central. Jordan, is there any new technology coming out in home security? I mean, there's so much new technology. Anything happening that, like I would think, for example, monitoring may someday be taken over by AI. I mean, it's easy to figure out if there's a problem, and if somebody doesn't respond, they can call the cops, right? I mean, what about that? Is that happening? Is anything happening like that?
Yeah, well, the hottest thing in security right now is video. Everybody wants video. You know, the
Video,
smart,
yeah, because
video
of the
cameras.
bell and the cam.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
so whether
whatever
it's your doorbell or whether
the
it's
Ring, yeah.
cameras and other parts of your home or whatever, being able to see that on your phone is amazing. And so
yeah, when you're out of town, you can even look at what the house sitter's doing with the pets.
Absolutely, check in on the dogs, the kids, whatever. So that's the biggest thing. Everybody wants video, and then.
So are you incorporating now video?
Oh yeah, and then your
do
question.
You incorporate the existing video, or do you have your own stuff that goes with your stuff, like with Honeywell stuff?
Yeah, we typically cannot. If somebody already has video, it's probably not compatible with what our system would do. But your question about AI is exactly right, and it's being used in video. So video cameras used to be passive, what I would call dumb cameras. They just, show you what's going on. Now AI is able to analyze those, and you can get pretty granular with, identifying people, vehicles, animals, and right down to facial recognition and license plate recognition
that would
and
be
things
cool.
like that.
If somebody shouldn't be there, they're not there. You can even probably have certain faces blocked, and if they show up, call
it
cops.
alerts
Seriously.
you. Yep, absolutely. So, if you've got a restraining order on someone or whatever, that can be a really helpful tool.
Is this out now, or is this being developed?
No, it's out now. So we're doing that.
Holy crap. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's more common in commercial applications just because it's still
Employees
a price,
and stuff, maybe.
A price point. But yeah, that terminated employee, you can be notified when they come on, drive onto your lot if you know what vehicle they drive.
Does it have intelligence to see somebody's up to no good, like maybe a profile of a gun or of a knife or of a weapon, or is that stupid to say? I don't know. How can you see through? Okay, can you get an infrared or something that can see an object, or an X-ray? I know this sounds crazy, not X-ray, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, there is some technology like that out. We don't play in that subset of the industry,
that's
so I'm
real
not
serious stuff.
I'm not real familiar with it. But yes, there are things like that being used in schools and other things being tested now, and it's pretty amazing what it can do for sure. But for regular homes, regular businesses, the technology that is available today can still do amazing stuff, and is really helpful.
All right, so when people are replacing windows. We got K&H here. This is a good question. What do you do with all the sensors on their windows? Do you have to come and do that, or do these guys do it? Have you guys ever replaced windows with sensors all over them?
Yeah, typically we recommend that the company that came out and installed that to take it off and put it back on. I mean, our guys can do that, but it's recommended that the experts that have installed it to take it off and replace it.
Yeah, similar to what we were saying about solar panels on the roof, that kind of thing. So it's usually best to call us. We'll coordinate with the homeowner and the window replacement people.
Now, are you finding homes being built nowadays are being built with systems in mind so they leave wiring or not?
So security is certainly becoming a more common item in brand new homes, but as we mentioned earlier, much of it is becoming wireless now, so there's not a lot of wiring.
The only pain with that wire, the wireless, is every once in a while, my panels say you got to change the battery or something.
Yeah. And that's why I still prefer things that are hardwired, because it just means lower maintenance and that type of thing, but the world has shifted to wireless, so it's just the world we live in now is we got to replace batteries every so often, but that's part of the services that we offer is we can say, hey, we're going to come out every couple of years, replace your batteries so they don't start beeping at you in the middle of the night and that type of thing.
You guys could even set it up where you monitor the battery, where your guys are notified if a customer.
We know about it. If it needs to replace the battery and that sensor on your front door, we'll know about it and let you know.
Doc?
I'm saying, when I had the house built just recently, I had the option of having a security company that worked with the builder, gave me the option of wiring the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you have it wired?
No, because I really just need the main floor. I don't need the upper floor.
Now, what about that? Jordan, what do you recommend for sensors on windows and doors? Do you go a second story as well?
No, not typically, unless you had an accessible deck or something that made it easy for someone to get there. It's going to be
normally
unusual.
People aren't using ladders.
They're looking for the easiest way in, and that's usually going to be on the ground level.
All right. Now, I think it would be cool if there were, I always thought of this, I think of crazy stuff. If your house had little pods on the roof that could launch a drone that that takes pictures of anything suspicious when you press a button and then can report back to you.
That technology exists. There's companies that do that.
Oh, come on.
No, it's true.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you another stupid one I thought of. Okay? Seriously now. I'm in my car and there's a giant traffic jam. And I'm wondering why. Okay? I just see a jam, but I can't see anything. And I'm wondering if I could get a little mosquito or just a little fly drone, just one that's programmed to follow my car. I know this doesn't sound crazy. I mean, it would do no harm to anything, and I can launch it 20 feet above, 10 feet above, and it automatically avoids objects. Now, could you imagine that? Think about that. On your screen, you have an aerial view.
Yeah, but what if 30 other people
you're talking on the mic if you're going to...
Yeah, what if 30 other people did the same thing?
Okay, hold on. That's right, but I'm talking about like the stuff you see in movies, the little fly-size ones. Little tiny drones. I don't know if it even exists, for goodness sakes. And then when it retreats back to your car, it's charged. You know what? As crazy as this sounds, I guarantee you it's going to happen. I guarantee you, and maybe it's not allowed to be used or it automatically retreats after a certain number of seconds out. But I guarantee you there's going to be something like a periscope, a wireless, or, not a wireless, but an unattached periscope that's going to raise from your car to look around, 360, around your car to see what the jam is or if you should take another turn. You want to bet? I know this has to happen because, first of all, I'm not the only person who thinks of stuff like this. And I truly believe we're going to have cars that will launch a tiny drone 10, 20, 30 feet high. It'll stay out a few seconds and automatically come back. Then there, Doc, then you have nothing. You're not going to hurt anything. There's not going to be any wires or anything overhead on a highway that you're going to hit with a little tiny, tiny, tiny drone. And you're not going to interfere. You're not going to crash into another drone because they're all going straight up.
Is it going to be that, or is it going to be like satellite imagery that you can get live?
See, now Lee's going to Star Trek stuff. He's right there.
Oh, my idea is crazy?
No. I'm thinking the technology is going crazy. Like, here's why. No, mine would be stupid crazy, but yours would be smart but expensive unless... Now, think about this, okay? We are driving, and then there are satellites in quadrants or in areas of a town. So what you would do, Lee, is on your monitor, you would summons that satellite where you are, because in essence, that's what you're doing with GPS. You're triangulating on a map, and the map's artificial. The map could be any map, and it's going to plot, but it's plotting your map. So you're right, it could. If you could have satellites that you summon, because then one satellite could serve everyone. But we do that with our aircraft. We can paint a picture. You don't have to have onboard radar anymore. What I do is I call up a satellite. That's what I'm doing with XM provides it to me. XM will provide me a satellite picture of whatever I need, where I'm going, so I can see all the weather. So I guess you could do that in a car.
That would be simpler.
But you would have to be really... It would have to be a really good satellite in order to see, to see that at that level and show you a picture ahead of you on a highway.
Your GPS tells you where there's a cop, where there's a photo radar, where there's something. I mean, so that technology is already there. I mean, when you're driving and you use Waze, it'll tell you there's a cop 100 feet ahead, there's a photo radar camera. So they're already taking a picture of where you are. So I think if you
hold on, though. Hold on. Those satellite, we see it in movies. They take license plates.
Yeah.
But does that really exist, though?
Yeah, of course.
It does. Our son was part of Space Command and ran satellite groups, and he said it's amazing.
So then you could have low-level satellites that are made just for consumer use that could show you highways and byways.
My question is, the GPS knows there's a broken down car on the side of the road.
Well, GPS doesn't know that. The satellite doesn't know that.
Then how
here's what happens.
How
You want to know, okay?
Yeah.
Here's what happens. Our cell phones report traffic jams when cell phones slow down. They report to the satellite, which paints it on your map. The satellites don't detect that. There's ground sensors that detect that, mostly cell phones. That's why when you slow down, all of a sudden it shows up red, and you're wondering how they're doing it.
No, but how do they know this?
All right. Become the banker. You heard the commercial, May 25th, Denver Tech Center. I want you to sign up. I'm going to be there. Mark's going to be there. We have Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, and he is going to be advisor. He's going to be there with people in all areas of finance to help you as you grow older. Mostly for older people, but a lot of middle-aged people want to be there. Also, they have older parents. BecomeTheBanker.org to sign up, or 303-800-2919. That's 303-800-2919. Okay. Frank Duran, the real estate man, I can't say enough about. When it comes to buying, listing, selling, whatever, you need Frank. Anything real estate. For example, if you want to list your home, but you're not sure what it will sell for, get a preview free of charge from Frank. He does it. It's not a drive-by. It's not a phone call. I mean, this guy comes to your home. He'll measure and take pictures. He'll look at comps. He'll look at the neighborhood. If you're serious, there's no obligation. So don't worry about that. But if you're serious about knowing what your house will sell for, he'll tell you based on facts, not fiction, not gimmicks. He's the real deal. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, sells for more money and quicker than anyone. 303-920-1622. Oh, and by the way, if someone else uses that claim, they're lying to you. All right, let's talk about Joe Lazzara. Joe is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need. But there's one thing for sure. If you're accused of a crime, any crime, including DUI or anything, you have a right to a defense. And you never go through the system alone. And also, never shop for an attorney when you're under pressure. That's the dumbest thing you can do. I've shopped for you. I've known Joe now more than, well, about 30 years now. My God, I have so many clients that have been with me for so many years because they do such a great job. Joe Lazzara, flat rate pricing. Think about that. And free initial consultations. LazzaraLegal.com, Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com, 303-429-6200.
My money says the drone comment is, oh yeah, that already exists.
I hope so.
Yeah.
No, wouldn't it? I mean, think about it. 30 feet
Yeah,
high.
it could see.
Lee's idea with the satellite, I mean, Elon Musk will do that.
Well, they're throwing up thousands of satellites all the time, right?
Yeah.
So,
He could do them on his.
right.
I mean, to give it a dual purpose, not only does it do broadband, but now, because all it would have to do, well, not all, but it would have to take a picture, and then it knows where you're asking it. So it takes the area around you and sends you the picture, around you only. So.
Yeah, that's what the GPS does, right?
Or show me.
So the GPS is now only triangulate. They do nothing else. All that mapping and shit comes from your car.
Okay.
I mean, it really is a dumb. I mean, it knows three-dimensional space too. Like when I'm in an airplane, it tells me where I am three-dimensionally, but it tells the car where it is too. Technically three-dimensionally, except you're on the ground. But it will give you elevation in a car if you wanted to. So what it does is it sends that data to a map that you have in your car. That's why you update the data with the map. But GPS does not literally know where you are, if that makes sense. They
know your coordinates, but they don't know what's there. Is that what?
Technically, it doesn't know your coordinates. Your receiver does.
Yeah.
All that satellite is doing is timing. That's all it's doing. It's triangulating. In other words, actually, it's not triangulating. You are. You are sending a satellite and getting it back, sending a satellite, getting it back.
Right.
This receiver is doing it all. The satellites are nothing more than a relay.
Okay.
Now, they don't, cause literally, they don't look at you and say, this is where you are, and feed that back to you. GPS completely changed aviation forever.
Oh yeah.
Do you know the freaking radios we had to have? The bullshit I had to do to find out where I was. I had to triangulate. There was a VOR here and a VOR here, and if I'm south on that radial here and west of this radial, where those radials meet is where I am. Then it got to a point where it did it automatically for you, but you were still triangulating off of all these land stations. And I mean, they're still there, which is amazing. And the most amazing thing is they make. It's like my stepson was getting his instrument rating. I had to use every radio I had that was bullshit. Now most of those radios are gone, and they still test you on them. You still have to be tested on them. And I'm going, why? Everyone uses GPS. Everyone does. And here's what they say. Your iPad is not approved, right, for IFR for this, right? Because it's not approved, right? Because it's too cheap is what that's the code word. So here's the deal. It's more accurate than any certified one I have. My iPad is more accurate than anything I have in the cockpit. So the way you make it legal is you put it in your cockpit and you use it. But you have to have the other one there too. The other one that you don't use.
So when you take a driving test now, do they make you do hand signals since everybody has blinkers? Remember when?
I don't know if they make you.
Remember we used to.
Do they make you learn hand signals?
I don't know, but when we got our license originally,
you had to know the alternative.
Right. Well, not everybody had blinkers back in the 50s.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Hey, Phil, you got a drone comment. What is it?
Yeah, Tom, don't be silly.
What are you talking about?
Little
those little fly cameras come off your car and everybody else is flying, it could turn into West Nile.
What? What are you talking
West Nile, you know, the mosquitoes, you know, the little drones.
Yeah, but these drones would go straight up from your roof.
I got some. Yeah,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
got something better.
What?
A periscope.
Yeah, but that would be a hard thing to come out of your car and you'd hit wires and everything. By the way, another thing, why not billboards that read your IP in your car or your ID and send you ads that you've been searching? So make them intelligent billboards for people in traffic as opposed to random. Anyway, K&H Home Solution, khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. Also, SecurityCentralInc.com, 303-721-0111.
Another day in the book.
I'll tell you something that we have to. This was logged in.
Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Laugh, learn, and be inspired at Pips Path Tour June 3rd, 9 to 2 at Sheraton, Denver, downtown. The hottest ticket to real estate success that will change your life with amazing speakers like NFL Hall of Famer Steve Young, Mina Starziak-Hawk, host of HGTV's Good Bones, Michael Jr., America's #1 comedic thought leader, and many more. Learn how to achieve your goals with passion and purpose and create win-win real estate transactions. Get your tickets for Pips Path Tour today at pipspathtour.com.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. A deal for any budget. Only from Plumline Services and Carrier. Turn to the experts. From Castle Rock to Longmont, Plumline's been earning our trust since '98 with a spirit of excellence. Service at home, servants at heart. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. Title 42 immigration policies expire at midnight, and as communities are on edge warning of a potential surge, some border officials are hopeful the worst is behind them. ABC's Mireya Villarreal is in El Paso.
What we are hearing from U.S. Border Patrol officials, especially, for example, we just met with the chief. He said he does believe the worst of the surge is over, that may have happened 5 to 7 days ago. And right now, it is about managing the amount of people that are still coming across.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said the U.S. is ready for a swift and immediate transition to process asylum seekers. The EPA announced new regulations on emissions from power plants, including all plants that burn oil and coal. Some plants that burn natural gas would also be affected. New York's Attorney General filed a lawsuit against a Georgia company that makes a gun modification device, saying it aided and abetted the man who killed 10 black people at a Buffalo supermarket last year. This is ABC News. The FDIC is proposing new fees on big banks to cover losses from the takeovers of Silicon Valley and Signature banks.
In a new proposal, the FDIC says fees on big banks can help cover the nearly $16 billion in losses the regulator incurred during the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, when it took the unusual step of guaranteeing all depositors, both insured and uninsured. The fees would apply to 113 banks, the vast majority with assets over $50 billion, and to no small banks with assets under $5 billion. The FDIC says the move would shore up its deposit insurance fund while also shielding smaller banks. The new fees wouldn't take effect until next year. Elizabeth Schulte, ABC News, Washington.
No pay raises for workers at Microsoft. CEO Satya Nadella says salary increases for full-time employees will essentially be non-existent this year, and bonuses for executives will be considerably lower than 2022. He cited the current economic climate and an investment in artificial intelligence for the decision. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Gah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Had enough of those little flies in your kitchen?
I did. That's why I got Zevo. I just plug in the trap, insert a cartridge, and let the light do all the work.
Zevo traps use blue and UV light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor, no mess, and no stress. Stop swatting and ditch the DIY traps. With Zevo, getting rid of bugs is as easy as click, click, blue. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
K-How News Time, 2:03.
Hancock appealing to the U.S. House for monetary help in dealing with an influx of migrants from the southern border.
They may not listen to the mayor from Denver because I have a D behind my name. But this is a humanitarian crisis.